Okay, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome. How's everyone today? I feel a little, I don't have someone over here. I'm feeling a little alone today. But we have all you. Ram Online, how are you? You had a birthday recently. Happy birthday. Hey, PF Dennis. Hey, Derek. And Derek Cirillo, thank you for the gifted memberships. Hey, Papa Way. Hey, Bob. Hey, Rick. Hey, Projects in Dad's Garage. Hey, Delvin. Nice. We have Magnus and Brain Twist. How is everyone? Hey, Armor 3D and Alice, Lord Gitface, Dirdackle and Lucas, Raj, Tech Geek. I am trying to do my best Chris Riley impression, but to do it properly, I'd have to redistribute some hair. But hey, I'm Project. Hey, Chris. Hey, Wildman. Okay, so what is going on today? Today we're going to work on a Prusa Mini. It's Renee's birthday today. Happy birthday, Bob's wife. Hope you have a great one. You're doing Prusas, you're doing it. See? Exactly, right? Except I don't have anywhere near a basement. So kitty cam would work if kitty was in the spot that the cam is pointed at. The cats are still exploring their surroundings right now. So we got a little bit. And welcome, Scott. Hey, Ray. Hey, Rod. Who else do we have? Barry and Dead Bob. So I've been wanting to rebuild my Prusa Mini here. Oh, that's all over the place. I have been wanting to rebuild my Prusa Mini here for a while. And then I got some inspiration when David, Prusa guy on X, Twitter, whatever, posted about redoing one or more of their Prusa Minis in the PC polycarbonate carbon fiber filament from Prusament. And I thought, you know, I have some of that. And I also have some of the polycarbonate carbon fiber from West3D's Ambrosia. So I printed all the parts and I've had them sitting in a project container, just kind of waiting for a gap in the project schedule and some time where I need to have something that's basically all prepped and ready, and here we go. So the twist is, as part of this rebuild, I want to play around with some flow testing, mostly because the folks at Swiss 3DC gave me this Hotend at Formnext this last fall. And there, right now, this is in the Prusa Mini format. However, the magic is all in the heater block part of this. And I have all of the parts. So if we so wish later, I have the correct parts to adapt this to a Revo Voron as well. So, but we'll start with this here. Hey, Bill. Raj, thanks for being a member for 7 months. Nice, thanks for being a member for 13 months. What else do we have here? Armor 3D, thanks for being a member for 13 months. Hello, Layer Master. I spent all, and I mean all, of yesterday hanging out with Bill here. Bill was nice enough to let me come over and we played with his Precision Matthews mill to create some parts that are going to go on this guy here. So let's see. Are you going to start doing lathe stuff? I have a cheap Amazon lathe that I have not taken the time to go through and properly set up. So, Rod, thanks for being a member for 33 months. Hello from Germany, Phil and Nils, Deanna, Jack. What else do we have? Amar, the Shrimp Father. Thanks for being a member. Hope you're all having a good Sunday. I hope everyone is having a good Sunday, a good Easter Sunday. Boy, I was tired last night. So was I. Hey, Daco. Hey, Kenny. Thunder Keys. That was, I mean, I arrived at 9 in the morning and I left at 8 in the evening. We had a blast. I have watched a lot of YouTube in as far as the Blondie Hacks and the Clow 42 and the Artisan Makes and Inheritance Machining. And I don't have a manual mill like that. So it's a lot of watching it. And I have a friend at work that has one. He just got it. He's kind of new to it. So being able to kind of talk about the techniques and things that you go through, but then to be able to practice it there at Bill's place was a blast. So PF Dennis, thanks for being a member, 35 months. Hi, Kenny. Questionable choices. An idiot with a Subaru. That used to be me. Welcome. Really want to upgrade my Mini. It just sits next to my X1C doing nothing. I just hate the old Pinda system. This, I mean, I honestly don't use this a lot, but I use it relatively consistently. And what I mean by that is I tend to throw, like, I print a lot of like cubicle accessories for work, and I'll throw a roll of PLA on here and slice something up and just print a bunch of them over and over. And I do that every once in a while. So relatively consistently, but just not a ton of it. And it works great. I haven't had any real issues with it. I had early on the occasional difficulty feeding, but that tended to go away. I haven't really had a problem with that. Other than that, I set the filament level once and I haven't had to mess with it. I don't know. Hey, Justin, welcome. Pathetic Puma, thanks for being a member for 2 years. Hi, Mark. Okay, so today's refresh mission on the Mini. So I am planning on, this is gonna be more than one stream. I think it'll probably be 3 streams. And I'll tell you why. I think the plan for that. I did print things in both Prusament PC CF. Look how good these turn out. These were printed, I'm pretty sure, yeah, these would all be printed on my Mark 4S in the enclosure over here. And Prusa just has their built-in profile for PCCF dialed in their farm and in their available profile. And then I printed these, the blue parts out of Ambrosia PC CF on my purple Trident. And they turned out really good. So now everything here is untested. I hope everything fits well, but we'll deal with that if there's any issues. So that is what we will be doing. This is getting out of hand. I started a micron. Starts a Prusa Mini rebuild, and yeah. Need a Prusa soon. I have to grab an XL sometime soon. Nice. You may use a mill without a DRO. No, no, we use the DRO. Although we only actually needed the DRO for one part of it. We were to get the correct length on the stock we were squaring up. So we spent all of yesterday squaring up stock. And it was a blast. I had so much fun. So this is going to be a PETG to PC upgrade. We are going to install a different hot end, this Swiss 3DC hot end. Part of that is we are going to do some pre-flow testing. Bob asked earlier, I think, if I had done that ahead of time. I had not. The plan was to do that live because I haven't done it before with CNC Kitchen's method here. So we're gonna go through and do that, run some flow tests, stock, go through the whole rebuild, and then install this other hot end And since nothing we're doing with the rebuild affects flow, it doesn't matter if we do that before or after. And we'll end the build series with, and there you go, Scott, there's your kitty cam. End the build series with doing flow testing on the upgraded Hotend. Slice engineering pursued on Prusa Mini for whatever reason. Yeah, originally I was thinking about just putting a Revo Mini on here. There is a whole setup that that E3D has for it, but this turned up, and it is a great opportunity to check this out and go from there. So, hey, happy. Okay, I did print just because a Prusa Mini appropriately sized hex tray. I did use the pixie dust from CookieCAD. This is a gorgeously sparkly filament. I have ordered from CookieCAD 2 rolls, both Green Apple Elixir, ABS and TPU, just to try them out. I haven't tried any of their fancy color TPU stuff, so I wanted the ABS since I suggested to Melissa that would be a great next color that they go with while we were at Smurf late last year, and they've come out with it and it was in stock, so I ordered it. So those are on the way. For our flow test today, I am going to use Polymaker Natural PLA. Mostly just, there are no other factors there, no glitter, no dyes. I don't know, someone might know what actual base resin Polymaker uses for their Polylite PLA, but this will be what we use for the before and after tests. And I have plenty of a roll for it. So that is where we will go. So let's start with, oh, did Oscar kick Felix out? Where'd Felix go? I wasn't watching. I do have my Rocky Mountain Rep Festival coffee cup today. That is the next event coming up. I hope to see folks there. So the part of the reason that I have these types of projects ready to go is so I can spend most of my week prepping on other things I need to do. So that was what allowed me to spend yesterday away from home and still be ready for today. So, okay. CNC Kitchens benchmarks. So this is the extrusion system benchmark. This appeals to me. Let's go here. This appeals to me as a good test to play with for this. There are prints you can do. The racetrack print thing. This is what we're gonna try now. So let me paste this link. Let's see how this goes. Micron are like the gold standard for building. If you can make a good micron, you're a decent printer maker. Nice. Hey, Steve. And Nurgora, I forgot to say the tool heads boards came in. So thank you. Let's see here. You have just totally kicked him out, haven't you? Why is that not showing up? We need a, there we are, okay. Hey, Jordy. Okay, so I've watched his video a couple of times, but I haven't actually done this. So we're gonna stumble through this, or at least you're gonna watch me stumble through this and hopefully assist if I run into any issues. So there's a link here to a Hotend flow tester. We're gonna go there. And I think we set up a few things here. So printer dimensions, we're gonna do the 180 by 180, and we'll set it in 5mm, seems reasonable. Generation direction, front to back. Filament diameter is 1.75. I think that's okay for travels. Bed temperature 60 is fine. And we don't need a fan for this. Traction setting, that can probably be bumped since this is a Bowden setup. Let's just add a 1. Actually, let's go to our Prusa. Let's look at what Prusa uses for a mini default retraction, and we'll set that. 2.5. So we're gonna set 2.5 retraction in our little web tool there. Hey, Andrew. Hey, don't knock it. I have power now. Oh no. Well, glad it's back by now. Here, we're gonna duplicate Prusa's settings from Prusa Slicer, and in that and retraction speed, looks like we have retraction speed of 70. Wow, they really book it on that retraction speed, so we will duplicate that too. Okay, you found 2 millimeters retraction on the Mini works better? Maybe. But that's okay. We're gonna try to just keep this simple. It's not super important here. We're creating a bunch of blobs of filament and we're gonna measure the weight of them. That was my contribution to my trip to Bill's yesterday, is he has a more clean garage than he did before. Dwell time, I don't know. Pause before each prime line. Okay, that's fine. I don't know why it's that, but I'm gonna leave defaults, I think, when I don't necessarily know what where we should be. Requested flow rate at first flow test in sequence, 8. If we go, oops, that's not where I wanted. If we go to, I don't know, see this. They have a 14 millimeters per second millimeters cubed per second limit in the profile, but I don't know how that works out. Let's go make sure that we're not going to overrun it to start, and start this at like 4. It's a clean garage, I know. Now, to be fair, it wasn't clean, but it was relatively organized and clean. Let's say cleaner. It's relative, right? It's cleaner than mine. And there's a difference between clean and cluttered, right? Clean or dirty and cluttered. You can be clean and still a mess. Hey, Tiago. Hey, Alcio. Okay. Flow steps, inclusive number of flow steps to test. Offset flow, change in the requested flow rate between flow steps is 2. So we would be going from 4, and then we'd be adding 8. We'd only be going to 12. I think if we increase this to let's just go 8, right? Or 9, that would be a 3x3 grid. My clutter's in the garages. I never finished because my HG found something more simulated. Yeah. Catch the VOD. See you, Pathetic Puma. Have fun. I figured today is going to be a big, I mean, I'm streaming on a holiday. It is what it is. My son is 21, and we have no other younger kids around to draw. No other family with younger kids to draw us away. Have a good day. Okay, so I think with this will give us a little 3x3 grid, which would be good. That'll take us from 4 to Change in requested flow rate. So that'd be 4, 6, and then so take us to 22, right? Offset and steps. Change in requested flow rate between flow steps. So that'd be, it'd go from 4 to 6, and it would do that 9 times. Whoa. Well, that's wrong. Okay. Hey, good call. There is a visualizer here. Why does that? I guess I want that. And why is that going outside of the build area? Temperature spacing, flow spacing, space between flow tests. Why spacing? We don't need that much. And is there a X spacing? What if I go 40? That just brings that down. Where's the X spacing? 180 by 180. Hey, Greenbeard. Y is flow, X is the temp. Huh? Temperature of print bed. Bed length, bed margin. We got that. We've set our Y is flow, X is temp. That doesn't make sense. Oh, are you talking about on the graph? I'm looking at why is this going to try to print this outside of the X? Prime line length, prime amount, prime speed, direction under the Y. Temperature, space between temperature tests. Oh, I see. Space between flow tests, space between temperature tests? That doesn't make a lot of sense. There we go. Now it's all on the bed. That didn't make any sense just reading that. I don't get it. That's okay. I don't get it. But I stood for many, many hours yesterday, so I'm going to do more sitting today, especially when we're doing this kind of stuff. I guess that's what we want. Oh, I see. I see. Let's, okay, I'm getting it. I'm getting it. Let's go 20 and let's add some more, I get it. And let's add some more tests so we can fit in, because right now we're going 4 and then 6, 8, 10, 12. We'll end at 12. Let's go another, what can we fit on there? 14, 16, 18. That's probably enough, right? We're probably gonna outrun this at under 18, no matter the temperature, right? And if we don't, then we can redo the test. And the temperature, I see what we're talking about. I didn't get that. So it is doing flow all the way through in one row at the starting temperature, and then at the next temperature, and then at the next temperature. Getting it. Understanding. I think all of that will fit then. So now we're gonna do our temperature test, and we're gonna start at 20 or 200, and we'll just leave this this way. Now, if we tried to put more of these, see, more temperature tests, it's gonna go off the bed there. So we'll just do 3 steps. Okay. And I'm gonna leave much of this default and just see what happens. Our prime line, prime amount, all of this. Let's just see what happens. File name, let's just say, let's just say test 1 and download the G-code. Make sense? Am I missing anything? I get what's going on. Okay. Download the G code. Save as. Test one. Flow test. And there's a timestamp, so that's good. Let's throw that in. Prusa Mini project folder. Let's save that. We are going to next get into, let's just use the, how close can you print the blobs before the hot end will collide with a previous one? I don't know, we'll find out. Let's see what the sequence looks like. Let's go to Prusa Connect here, and I had just updated the firmware. We can go ahead and delete that file. So the firmware is the most up-to-date as of whenever the 6.2.4 was released, which was recently. I just did that right before stream. See, these are the kinds of things I've been printing. These are cubicle coat hangers. These are cubicle headphone hooks. What is our total print time on this thing? How much print time do I have on this? Print time, 20 days and 4 hours. 20 days and 4 hours of print time on this. And I've had it for a little, right about a year, I think. I received this Prusa Mini because a viewer won it on Joel's charity stream, Christmas charity stream. They were not actually eligible to win, so they were able to redirect it, and they chose to redirect it to me. So we unboxed this on I think it was a Charlie's Angels stream, expecting it to be a kit, and it was the fully assembled version, or mostly assembled version. I think it was a fully assembled version. We just had to put together a couple of things. Hey, Lars. Who do we got? Timur birthday? Oh, next month. Wow, Timur, remind me, coming up next month. Hey, Poity. Oh, that's what I want to do too. So let's get this going. Let's upload that file. We are just going to only copy it to the printer because we need to load filament. But one thing I was thinking about doing, so here it is, it's there. What I wanted to do earlier in this stream is, because we just finished it, I want to do a size comparison for the Tic Tac. Tic Tac. There. I mean, the obvious build area difference, but this is a 2/3 the size of the build area. This is the same build area as a Rat-Rig V Minion. I'll do a weight comparison. Well, we know this one is about 12 pounds or 11 pounds. Well, it's 4,900 Cheez-Its. Is that right? I don't know if I can get I don't know if the Prusa Mini will sit well on the scale. Let's find out. Pull this out here. Turn that on. Let's see. Let's see if I can get this to set on here. That'll probably be good enough. Woo, it's close. It's 4.5 kilograms. 4.5 kilograms. What is that? So this one is 45.32 divided by, what did we say? About 1.2 grams per. So 3,776 Cheez-Its. Okay, that was fun. So let's get moving. We are going to put filament in and run this test. Put this guy away. It is closer. It's closer than I thought too. Okay, that we're gonna have to go back. Oh, let's break. Let's cut. This has been sitting for a while. Let's cut the last little bit of brittle stuff off. Oh, in and out. Yeah, be careful with cheap machinist squares. I went searching for a decent one because I found that some of the cheap ones I'd bought off of Amazon, although the one I ended up buying was off Amazon, but it was a better brand one. The generic ones off of Amazon are probably a crapshoot. Hey, Ref. Hey, BBs. Okay. Load filament and PLA. Let's just make sure this is pushed all the way up, and then I feel it grab. My kit to come so I can make the new MMX. What do you guys recommend then? So I've heard mixed things, but I had good luck with the Kinex brand. Kinex. This is properly square, and it's nice, and I mean, it's a little thicker than some of the other ones that I had. There are probably many out there that are fine, but I would caution against the unlabeled, the ones that you'll find 100 of the same thing in different listings. Okay, we're gonna load this up, and then we're just gonna see what happens. Can I get this a little better there? That is awfully adorable, the cats. Poor Felix is off of the thing, but still laying his head on Oscar. We'll see if the fighting starts here in a second. Go purge out the pixie dust. Let's just make sure we're all clear. I've started having random layer shifts with my Mini. Checked everything, just ordered a whole bunch of parts from Prusa, including a new buddy board. How do things move when it's off? Like, is everything smooth? Well, there, see, didn't I call it? Didn't I call it? Okay, so that is purged. Let's get that out. And we are going to go ahead and just run the print that we uploaded. So flow test. It's probably a good, let's get this in here. Yeah, that's probably good. Print. Oh, is your Mini stock or have you made change? I have not made a single change to this. There is not a bit that I have done to it. Not a bit. Through every bearing, belt, motors feel cool. I'm out of ideas. Yeah, that's a tough one, Keel. So it's just going straight to straight to 200. It's not actually running a mesh ahead of time. I don't know this is gonna go well. What I think we should do is, well, it might run a mesh at full temp. Let's let it continue. I could go and look at the start G code that's in their stuff, but what I should have done is copy the start code from the slicer profile. Hey, Karma. What did you use to make labels for your screw organizer, laser print? No, I have a brother label maker. The 600 series. The one I have is discontinued, but they have an equivalent new one. Love to see someone design a better electronics box and integrated power supply so it's a bit easier to work on. Yeah. Does it really need a mesh? Yes, it does. There's no mechanism for tramming the bed. Oh, that's kind of neat. It actually says it gives an output there of what it's doing first. But if this is seriously not going to do a mesh, I'm going to cancel it. It does need one. No. Well, maybe I won't cancel it. Maybe I'll just watch it. If it looks like it really needs a mesh, then we will cancel it and do it. But for the next test, if we run another one, I will add the G code. Hey, Dan, or Maker Mindset. Oh, I started reading Maker Mind Nexus. Hey, Rick. It's all your angled PTFE inlet on the Trident box turtle with the bypass makes it sit nicely. Awesome. I'm glad that worked out for you. I'm really happy with how mine worked. That's an interesting bit. There is that 20-second delay. Is it going to now move? Buddy. I got punched. The one thing that's about, or the cats. So Charlie was never a cat that would punch. You know, you've seen cats kind of swipe and do the punch. Never. Oscar likes to punch and it's fun to play. Felix never did until just the other day. I got him to punch. I'm not bugging him too much to do this, but I was playing with Oscar here on the chair and I pointed at him and he went to sniff my finger and he got shocked. And I suddenly got like a rapid fire, like 6 punches from that. Okay, what is this doing? Okay, it's still doing it. This is just the 4 cubic millimeters per second. It's here. Let's get a better view what it is doing. Here we are. It's doing it. Now it is. This is probably the 20-second delay between prints. I don't know if it needs that. And we will see. I probably need, yep. I'm gonna be bumping into the one. I need a little more Y spacing. I need a little more Y spacing. And I imagine as the flow rate goes up, these will take less time. But while that's doing that, let's go and tweak the settings I have here. So I've got plenty of Y space according to the preview here. So let's get that Y spacing up. Or is that flow spacing? Let's see what happens if we go, we don't need a whole lot more. It almost clears. So 25 still fits on the bed. And then the temperature spacing, we won't know until it does the next one. And this dwell time seems excessive. Let's go like 5. I don't know what dwell time does. Pause before each prime line, but why is it 20 seconds versus 10 or 60? Hey, Tuxedo. Hey, Wiki Central. Considering how long this is taking for each one, I am going to cancel this, and we're also, while we're waiting here, going to look at the start G code. So here, I think we can just copy all of this. No, we won't be able to just copy all of that, but we can insert, it's not doing a home or anything. Let's see what it's doing over here. Let's go down to the start G code. So it is homing. Can I make, aha, ooh, there we go. So it is setting a nozzle temperature, a bed temperature, absolute positioning, move to home position, and then let's just insert in a, right here, just a G29. That's really the core thing that needs to change. You're putting the parts in a higher temp material to enclose it later? No, I have no desire to enclose it later. I'm curious if it'll make it stiffer. So subjectively, I'm gonna kind of wiggle parts on this, and we'll do the same at the end. That will probably be fine. I don't think we need, oops. I don't think we really need anything else except for it to do the mesh. That'll be fine. So let's go. This is going to be test 2. Hey, red light. I'll pick in black ASA now so I could enclose it. Nice. My, the Prusa that we are going to upgrade to a Core 1 when that kit comes in is currently lipstick red and PC CF. Let's download the G code. Since this does take a while, I don't really want to wait for the whole thing. And I'm hoping the Pinda probe doesn't knock off the previous test. Let's shift this a little bit. Let's do 2 temperature steps. Let's go 2 temperature steps, and our temperature, our offset here, let's go 50. No, not offset. 20 here. We want our temperature spacing to be 50 there. Then we can be sure it's not going to mess up. So we'll go 200, 220, and then we can probably run another one to go to 240 or 230 and 240 maybe. See what the difference is. If you have questions for Steve, it is much easier for him to catch if you tag him. Yes, absolutely. And also, PF Dennis, thank you very much for the gifted memberships. I need to make sense of this test from my V0. Struggled to make it work on the small bed. Yeah, and if you watch from the beginning, you'll see my thought process learning this tool because I didn't get it at first, but now I get it. Okay, this is going to be test 2. Let's go test 200 to to 220, and we'll name the next one test 230, 240. And save this to our thing here. Put an obsidian nozzle on my Mark IV because I wanted to experiment with composites, then work got busy and never stopped. Yeah. What upgrades are we doing? Just the filament change and a hot end change on this. Hey, Neil. TikTok has lost some weight. Not a whole lot. This is closer to weight, the weight of the, oh, poor Felix. Closer to the weight of the Tic Tac than I thought it was going to be. Do you know if the stock Prusa heat bed thermistor and power wires are long enough to use on the switch wire? No, they are not. Hey, Andres. To which hot end? The Swiss 3DC hot end. If you go to swiss3dc.com, link is in the description. You can find out about it. Okay, let's go here and now here. And I am going to stop this print. Yes, let's stop the print. Although I should have let it finish and we would have had our 200 result. Yeah, that's okay. Let's go here and we're gonna do our 220. We're gonna open this and hopefully this will be ready anyway. So we're only gonna copy it to the printer and I'm going to get this all cleaned up. So I don't want to. Woo! Holy moly. Safety squints engaged. There we go. Let's grab something with a little more grip. Oh, that one's still somewhat soft. There we go. Okay. If that was a cocoa press to be making kisses, that's a good idea. You can make some. A little plastic razor for bed cleaning. Yeah. Okay. Everything's in, everything's good. Let's print. So it should home. And do a mesh. Rebuilding my BSD box, I'm paying attention. What is this tool? Just optimize flow. It's for testing. We're going to, once this does a complete test, we're going to enter these into a spreadsheet, which will give us a graph, which will give us a point where the weight of the Hershey's Kisses we're making drops off, which should indicate what the max flow at that temperature is. This is the first I've heard of this brand of Hotend. What attracted you to it versus the Revo or the other Hotend? It's something to try. It's a new thing to try. I first spoke to the person who owns this company at Rocky Mountain Rep Festival last year. I ran into him at FormNext and he gave me a one of these Hotends to try out. That's why, just to try something new. Hey, Pedro. Hey, Garrett. Are you gonna give it Clipper as well? Oh, no. No, no, no. I learned my lesson updating Prusa to Clipper. It's not, for me, it's not worth it. I like the Prusas for what my use for them is. That you can, it is very difficult to duplicate the level of workflow that Prusa puts into their interface for the printers. So I have no desire to clipperize a Prusa. I have 20 something other clipper printers to play with clipper on. So let's get a better view here, since this should, like I said, I think this is going to speed up for each subsequent blob. Rogue Phantasm, very cool. I tried running the old Dragon on mine, but couldn't get it tuned in enough time before starting my 2.4. Yeah, one of the challenges on when you're swapping out hot ends and things on the Prusas is thermistor profiles. Oh, have fun with that, Figley. Sanity, welcome. Okay, so there's one, and we should only have a 5-second delay here instead of 20. Yep, there we go. That's the 5-second delay. And we should be missing yep, we missed the previous blob. So while that's doing that, let's look at the spreadsheet. And we can work on, so we have a bunch of things here. We started at 4 and we went up by 2 millimeters in each thing. Will this do that? Will this keep a trend? Yep, there we go. So this should be, I don't know how many we're actually doing here, but that's filled in. 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, and 18. We will weigh the parts and fill in these numbers. And then it is going to calculate and graph the stuff for us. Now, this is an Excel spreadsheet copied into Google Sheets. It looks like it's mostly functional. I don't know if you use this in Excel, if you actually get lines between the stuff. It would indicate from Stefan's video that there are normally lines here, but this is good enough. We can see what's going on. Let's see how this goes. So, oh, and this is Polymaker Natural PLA. And we are starting here. So we'll start here with our things. We will, so 200, 220. Wix Central, thank you for becoming a member. And we'll figure out how to add a column here so we can put, so I think we're gonna do, since we're doing pairs, we're gonna go 200, 220, 230, and 240 and see how that impacts our flows. A little better view there. Hey Brent, welcome. And this is why I kind of assumed this was going to take a few streams, because the intent here is we'll spend the first, I mean, we're already an hour in. We're gonna spend the first half of today's stream just doing tests, and then we're going to unbuild the Mini and clean up the parts. And then the next stream will probably be build the Mini and with the PC CF parts, and then a final stream for testing and printing. Don't let me forget to do a wiggle test on this so we can get an idea for the rigidity of the whole printer before and after. Really dislike where Windows has moved to, but have too much money and apps to move at this point. I agree. I'm getting very frustrated with Windows lately. I would love to go to Linux, but there's far too many apps I would miss. Prusa Mini Core XY when? Funny you should mention that. Let's go here. Should do this test on the Tic Tac and compare. It's gonna be hard to do that. Completely different systems. I mean, I've got a ultra high flow Rapido on the Tic Tac. Let's see here. You were saying, nope. Here we go. Core XY Prusa Mini. Well, we just did the Tic Tac, and Squirrel Brain has a conversion. Now, conversion, you can convert a Mark IV to a Core 1, right? And use a surprising amount of parts from that Mark IV. Converting a Prusa Mini to a Core XY, you're probably using a lot of parts from the Prusa Mini, but the ratio of what you need new is probably quite high. But for anybody that's interested, here is that link that I just showed. But yeah, little Prusa Mini based Core XY. Oh, now they're playing nicer. They both fit. Hey, Zadi. You have all the parts for that? Yeah. But similar to the Tic Tac, there are certain builds that make the most sense when you can use your existing catalog of spare parts. What do we got here? Are you doing a sale there, Garrett? 30% off? PexPeppers.com. Just build a Micron at that point. I have not looked at the comparison of BOM cost or anything, so that would be something you could research. When you disassemble, I'd highly recommend re-greasing your linear bearings. Mine started squealing sooner than I expected, and I had the pre-assembled kit. I was planning on doing what I could to clean and re-grease the bearings. But thank you, Rogue Phantasm. Does Mini have the appropriate length rods for that? I have no idea. I have no idea what new is needed on that Core XY conversion. You have to be careful. One good part can justify a new build. Yes, this is true. Here, let's do when it does the next one. So now it is at 220, and we are doing a new flow test here. Micron is more expensive than V2 for half the size. Yes, if it's not more expensive, the ratio of size to cost is not favorable. I don't know, did anybody pay attention? How much clearance did I have to the next row on that? I'm building Trident number 6 as you're doing this. Awesome. That is for all the small printers. The cost ratio, the cost benefit does start getting, have a scale. We will have a Micron revisit, a rebuild of my Micron at some point. There's going to be a lot, I think there's going to be a lot more of that smaller, either rebuild series or smaller streams, single stream builds or whatever, covering a lot of what I already have and changes to it and stuff. I mean, tariffs are gonna have a significant impact on the ability to get stuff and costs and things. So I think going to scratching that build itch by working on existing stuff makes sense. I probably have about 10 millimeters, I could have gone over. Could have changed that to 40 instead of 50, but I don't know that that's enough to have added a third row. Hey, Mr. Joddity. Hey, Kenneth. You're doing an all-out speed and Excel build on one of your printers? I really need to figure out a build for some, not all-out speed in Excels doesn't excite me as much as being able to do different temperatures and different capabilities. Now, that doesn't mean that we don't want to try to find where we can push things within the confines of keeping the material properties good. Like, you get to a certain speed, you start sacrificing part quality, structural integrity, that kind of thing. Printer maintenance goes up, that kind of stuff. So I like a faster printer, but I don't necessarily like the speed benchy concept, right? See how fast you can do something that looks like crap? So the pushing the speed limits within strong parts appeals to me, but not just get as fast as I can just to say that I did a print this fast. What does appeal more is expanding capabilities on materials and other types of methods of doing stuff, that kind of thing. I do, just as of a very big surprise, and a thanks to a Derek, I hope I got the name right because I just met them. We do have some material to play with at some point. Now, this won't be anytime soon, and I don't know if it's even realistic to get anything real out of it. We have some stuff to play with now at some point. So we'll see how that goes. We're gonna start with things like PPS, which is way easier to print than this. But yeah, I need a lot of prep before we're even thinking about doing that there. Good parts and not thrashing the printer are more important to me than all-out speed. Exactly. That's where I'm at. There is a lot of value to pushing the boundaries of performance. And I want to play within, I like playing still within the confines of having something usable at the end. Oh, that is not a new spool there. Don't knock it. So that is how it came to me. Derek is doing Easter Day, but he was very happy to contribute. Yes. Yes, big time. Big thanks. You're gonna need serious jigs to dry it before printing it. I know. Like I said, it's not, I don't know when that's going to be, and there's going to be lots of considerations before we're even trying that. But it sounds fun. This is that is the kind of thing I like to play. That would be a extreme end of a material that I haven't used before. Recently got my hands on some PC CF, not a blend. That would be tough to print too. Is there any docs that show the correct lengths for the switchwire bed cables? Probably not, Karma. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head what those cable lengths should be. Every time I've built one, I've done it in situ, just kind of running wires along and doing a good guess at how long they should be. Look horrible in the Prusa Mini, I get it, they are functional, but look. What printed part? Oh, this thing here. Yeah. Here is the equivalent part in PC CF. Start drying it now, so be ready when you are. I hope to end up with a high temp dryer at some point before the end of the year. My insulated printer can make ABS go very sad at 100C bed. Oh, interesting. Okay, this is almost done. This is the last one. And then we will weigh them and see what our results are. We're just doing PC CF upgrade. Sorry, I must have started a stream. PC CF upgrade and Hotend upgrade to that Swiss 3DC Hotend. Okay, so there we go. That is our series of bits and pieces. So I brought this out for the very, very important task last stream of figuring out the average weight of a Cheez-It. So we have a little microgram scale, and we'll just grab each of these. So this has some nice adjustable feet. Let's see what we got here. There we go. So it's not sitting there rocking. Hey, Leonard. A lot of poos. Yep. So what is going to be best here? Because we're probably going to mostly be showing the screen. Okay, so we are going to go in here. We have 200 and 220 that we're going to be able to do right now. So let me just get rid of these values here. And these guys here aren't needed either. So all of that's going to be invalid stuff there, but we're going to start at the 4. Let's turn this. Oops, this is still rocking. Which way is it? There we go. On. For drying film, I bought a small and simple desktop convention oven for 35 euros and it works perfectly. Well, the hope is a dryer will another thing to test. Let's put it that way. Okay, so that is 0. That is, hey, this is right along the values that I saw. So this is 0.578 grams. So I'm just going to be doing this. I'm gonna go, that should be the 4 at 200, 0.578. And so now we're just going to go through and grab each of these and weigh them. .576. Okay. You buying a high temp dryer or building one with a Reflow Master Pro? I expect someone will come out with one. 0.569. That is dropping off already at 200. A steady drop off, it seems. Yeah, 0.563. Ooh, 0.550. Heavy drop off. Anyone seen the new HS Pro Pantheon printer? I've seen the previous version I saw at Joel's studio when I was up there. That is a beast. 0.530. It looks like we're going to the 16 in this test. .510, but I don't know if we want the string on the top. So let's break most of that string off. Breaking most of the string off made it 0.493. Okay, so that is one set of values. And we can see what that's looking like so far. Yeah, when you get into that, I think you can expect your solution to be expensive. The Sunlu is $350. Now, mentioning DIY solutions or others may be able to bring that cost down, but I don't know how much the HS Pro is. Okay, so now we're still at 0. Now we are at 220. Okay, so that tracks about 0.580. .575. .575. Original Ender 3 Pro extrusion test. Next. 0.572. Mounting my poly dryer to the side of a large tote. Next. 0.558. Now we've got to drop off. Next one. Yeah, we're dropping off 0.542. And the last one. Let's get most of that stringiness off. 0.524. We are definitely seeing where it's dropping off, right? We're doing these flow tests. So now we're gonna go back. Let me get these. I'm gonna be picking up the prime lines for ever. I don't wanna touch the build plate, so just flick them off with the tweezers. Okay, so this is clear. So now we're gonna go back to the flow test generator, and we're going to start temperature at 230, and we're gonna go in a 10-degree increment. So we're gonna try, and I need to fix that, I know. We're gonna try 230 and 240 basically. Hey, John. 230 and 240. So same thing. We are going to download the G code now. I don't think there's anything else we need to change. I don't think there's anything that is going to be significantly speeded up. I think you can get a Vision Miner 22 IDEX. I've talked to them very little, and I don't tend to reach out for stuff like that. Even on a loan, it'd be fun, but I think what would be more fun for me is figure out what it takes to build a printer that's capable of doing that. So, hey, Power Engineering, welcome from Kenya. I think it's more appealing to me to figure out what it takes to build one. Now, the reality of that I'll learn. Hey, Star Rose 3, welcome. Oh, we're gonna save this now. Save it out to here, and we're gonna rename this guy to 230, 240. Let's save. Can the X direction be swapped? I don't know. You work that out. Hold on with you. Nice. Sounds good. Okay, now we're gonna go here. 230 to 240. And we can go ahead and just send this. Set ready and print now. Hey, Maganati. Okay, let's go here. Oops. It's gonna do its thing. Scale away for a moment. Hi, Daniel. How are we doing? We are, so there is a Polymaker filament giveaway. Link is in the pin post in the description. We really try to get to a 50% like ratio, viewers to likes. We're not quite there right now, but we are doing really good for an Easter Sunday at a little over 200 people watching. So that's pretty spectacular. Hey, Ripple Man. Yes, earlier, did you post the link to the G-code generator you're using? I did. I can do it again though. I'll give you a link to CNC Kitchen's repo on this, and there's a link to the generator from there. So that's that right there. Okay. This is going to be, let's make sure, yep, it's at 230. Win yourself a whole 901 Cheez-Its of Polymaker filament. Nice, I like it. Am I doing the giveaway before 3 p.m.? Define 3 p.m. I'm doing the giveaway in an hour and 42 minutes. An hour and 42 minutes from now. Did you reprint all the parts or just the PET G ones? Only the printed parts. I'm not replacing the injection molded parts. Plus 3 seconds, exactly. Exactly 3 seconds. Hey, Nicole. I'm like, this front piece here is injection molded. I'm not replacing that. But the little Y idler mount is printed. So that is the Y idler in PC CF. And other parts in Ambrosia PC CF, because I didn't want to do all blue, and they have blue and red. I mean, I didn't want to do all black. They have blue and red PC CF. And they have, so that is the, just because they have blue and red. I'll get an example. Where is the example of, oh, there it is. There's a good example. These parts printed so well on my Trident. This is the red Ambrosia PC CF. Look how gorgeous that print turned out. Hi, Kevin. Do you think it will noticeably stiffer? That's probably my biggest problem with my Mini. And that's something, so hopefully I remember, I'm planning on, when this is done doing these tests, I'm just gonna wiggle the printer and see what it feels like. And then we're going to rebuild it and wiggle it at the end. A very scientific wiggle. The wiggle test. What printer do you use for the PCCF? What was the chamber temp and hot end temp? Good questions, Neil. I was actually going to get into that. I use my Trident, and my Trident has nothing special. It's my 300 Trident. I don't have anything special for insulation. So I put some towels over it, and I was able to get the chamber temperature as indicated by the thermistor I have in there, and confirmed with a confirmed what the actual temperature is with a thermocouple stuck in there, and I was hitting between 65 and 70 C of chamber temperature. Before I did that, hitting like 55 C of chamber temperature, I was having some print warping issues on the larger parts I was printing. Smaller parts were fine, but with the higher chamber temperature, it was significantly better. And I think I was at 285 hot end and 110 bed temperature. Hi, Patrick. What this is doing is running through a series of extrusions, and it's just making these little Hershey's Kiss looking blobs at basically different speeds to find out at what point the hot end cannot push as much plastic out as at the lower speed. So effectively, we see a drop in the weight of these blobs as you try to push more plastic out. You have a tool board on that Trident? Don't think I can go that hot with my tool board in there. I do have a tool board on the Trident, and I was paying attention to that, and it was not getting over, it was getting right at 80, and that was a Big Tree Tech, the SB 2040 tool head board. McFlyer Pie, welcome to Charlie's Angels. So the way that YouTube gifted memberships works now is that when you are, as long as you're subscribed to a channel, and I'm guessing McFlyer Pie, that this would be a good confirmation. Are you subscribed? Because I think as long as you're subscribed to a channel, you don't necessarily need to be watching to receive a gifted membership. I think it prefers folks that are watching, and when it runs out of folks, then it can go off to subscribed, but not necessarily watching. And I don't know if there's like, it always sends some out to people that are subscribed, or if it only does it if there isn't anybody eligible for a membership active. Blanket trick works well. My installation has replaced a blanket trick for the same temp. Yeah, I just haven't had time to really explore better insulation on that printer. Just ordered my stealth printer board with an integrated load cell. Ooh, nice. It's true, I've gotten it from your channel when I wasn't watching. Yeah. Do you use any bed glue when printing the PC CF parts? Yes, I think I use Vision Miner, the nanopolymer. Where are we at? We have gained some viewers, we gained some likes, but that means that we didn't quite hit the 50% ratio yet. Now, I'm not saying that people should leave to make that ratio. It's probably easier to just hit that little like button. Almost. There we are. Now we bumped it. This is not the quickest test in the world, but this isn't too bad. Nice. Thanks for the gifted memberships. I think this coming Saturday, we're going to work on the Reaper some more. I hope we might be able to finish it. We did not get much done last time because I was just coming back from China and we spent a lot of time. We spent a lot of time on some wiring, so extending some wires and stuff. And then a lot of time talking about China, so. Hey, Sissy Kid. Rod, thank you for the gifted memberships. Am I going to see you in June, Rod? Am I going to see you in May? Am I going to see you in May and June? Printing a Skippy for my son's best friend. Awesome. I have the hull printed for a Skippy, but I haven't printed anything else. Printed the hull in the electric yellow something HTPLA from Protopasta. Derek, yes, I have everything's booked for Rocky Mountain. We're driving, we're gonna take Big Birds. We are going to be there. We are not going to have a booth at Open Sauce. I am going to Open Sauce. I'm going to attend Open Sauce because I bought my ticket. I got the $99 ticket at the end of last year. So I'll be there, but we're not going to have a Voron booth at Open Sauce. We will have a Voron booth at Orange County Maker Faire. Bought my dad a Landy kit for his 80th. Nice. Yes, there are so many parts to print for these things. Been a while since I heard anything about Cascade. Well, I'm really hoping that this thing here, Cascade, is assembled at least to take to Rocky Mountain. I got a long ways to go, as you can see. Where did you get the Landy kit, Wiki Central? Wick Central, not Wiki. I was adding an I. Wick Central. Any reason for not doing the Revo swap on your Mini? No reason. I have a Revo Micro that could go on here. However, I have not checked out the Swiss 3DC Hotend, so this is a good opportunity to do so. So much of what we do here, what we try to do, is just because. It's not because it's necessarily the smartest choice or the way someone should go. It's because it's something else to check out and show off and play with. So, Wick Central. I bought a Landy kit from West3D as well. I wanted to see what their kits were like. I haven't dove into it for its contents. 3D Sets is teasing an updated crawler. So I think I'm going to save it so that most of the parts I'll have. I'm sure it's not going to be fully everything for their new crawler, but I have always said I really want to do a 3D Sets crawler when they do their next update, because they over time have improved their design techniques and methods, and I want to see what their latest is. Rather than going back to their prior designs. If I was building one without knowing that a crawler was coming, it would be either the Landy or probably actually the Bamboo, because the Bamboo is their most recent model. Rogue Phantasm, the big boy printer behind me is the Voron Phoenix. And that'll be at Rocky Mountain next month. Did I already print the parts? Print the parts for what? I haven't printed parts for any of the crawlers. I'm sure I have 80% of the parts to build one in my inventory, but I wanted to see what their kit was like. I wanted my about 5-hour drive for me. And that's the whole reason that I bought it, is to see what the kit was like. They teased a new crawler. Yeah, they've been teasing a new crawler. It's the Wrangler looking one. The Ranchero, or the Rancher. Is that what they call it? The Rancher? They've been teasing it on X and stuff and Facebook. Kobe, you taking the Phoenix as carry-on luggage? We have another large, not necessarily a cargo van, a box van, I guess, at this point, because we discovered that a liftgate is really, really nice to have. We've been using cargo vans and having to lift the Phoenix in and out of those. And for Vice this last fall, we took the, I rented a box van with a liftgate for that, and it made it so much better. Oh, the printed parts for this build, yeah, they're all done. Everything's been printed for a few months now for this. This is one of those that's been sitting, waiting in the wings for a time when I needed to be working on other things instead of stream prep. So this is a prep way ahead of time series here. There's still prep involved. It just was a while back. Right now we're doing flow rate tests at different temperatures, Starros. I'm finishing assembling my box turtle. Was the feedback on its use? Any modification added? I have not done any modifications. I have done the little hex tray I did, but I haven't done a whole lot of things that I needed to print on it yet. There's no reason for me not to be printing on it other than I just haven't had time. I've been working on other things, prepping for next month. Hey, Skyrim. Oh, did I miss a question there, Bill? The Phoenix is a 600 millimeter, basically 600 millimeters cubed. It's not quite that in Z, but yes. Big boy IDEX. Where did you get the file, and can it help with stringing? This wouldn't be the test that you would do for stringing. This is specifically for flow rate. So yeah. Hey, James. This right here, Star Rose, is all the information on the test I'm running right now. Didn't you say that the Phoenix gets toasty? It gets toasty for its volume. I don't know exactly how hot it gets inside, but it gets surprisingly warm in there. Any word on when Phoenix will get released? Soon. There have been some significant, it has had active work for quite a while, Brent. There are some challenges that have been going through, trying to figure some little details out. All this final, the last 10%, right? Am I getting a Cocoa Press too? Not that I'm aware of. I have no, as far as I know, no. Cocoa Press is very cool. It is not something that I would use regularly. So just me. So I am not going to purchase one. So, which will be first, Phoenix or Cascade? I think there are fewer questions, could be fewer questions on Cascade, but I don't know which would be first. Have you ever tried filamentless passive rewinders? I have not, but I've heard of them and I want to try. I just haven't had a chance. It's worth getting the Prusa accelerometer for the Core 1. Not if you're not going to make any major changes. Their default values are going to be, should be fine. Just posted on the Phoenix. I'm attempting to patiently wait. Yeah, I get it. Doc's been living in a Phoenix for 6 months and still needs to make sure it's cozy enough. It's funny. This is done. Let me get these entered into the spreadsheet. Here, Chapman. A good way to add a chamber heater to a Creality K1 rooted with Clipper. I don't know. I don't know enough about the K1. Here we go. So what we're basically gonna do, we're gonna say 230 is this, and I'm gonna start weighing them with my little microgram scale, which can be a challenge to even get open. There we go. Okay, is it on? Okay, so at 2:30, we are at Andrew Rogers. Thank you for the super chat. Happy Easter to those who celebrate them. Thank you. Okay, 5.572. That's interesting, but that's lower than the others. Yep, we are zeroed. 0.576. So we got a little outlier there, but that's okay. 0.576. .600. Okay. Hey, Martin. Oh, no. That settled at 0.602. Why is that changing? Yeah, it's slowly changing between 600 and 602. What is going on here? I'm questioning my scale. It is a cheap Amazon scale, so 0.572. We'll just maybe 0.573. Okay, next. 0.568. Oh, and there's the drop off. 0.555. .540. There we go. So let's see what we can do here. Can we do this and shift things right? Oops, let's do all of this. We're still okay on this stuff. And okay. Hey Martin, catch up on chat for Micron. Which standard bed or 180 do you prefer? I don't get the question, Francois, and welcome. I like the 180 bed size if that's what you're asking for. How's your Milo mini mill doing? My boss let me take mine to work so I get to make things on my own while I wait for their big boy CNC machine to finish. Awesome. I need to get used to the workflow on the Milo. So it's doing fine. I haven't used it much. That's the story of a lot of these builds, right? For me. Anyone else excited about the Jabberwocky extruder? Already hit on the subject, but I'm sure I've missed it. I feel like that rings a bell, but immediately I don't know what the Jabberwocky is. Okay, this has, well, let's get the values in and then we'll worry about the formulas that it goes through. So that is 0.5. Why is that? What is going on here? I'm getting less consistent results here. Let me just reposition my scale here. Okay, so beginning, this is at 240, and we are at 0.571. Next, 0.575. Jabberwocky is a new tool head designed by Kinematic Digit. LDO is releasing a kit. Oh, now I know what you're, yeah, I saw the LDO thing on that. It's not a super attractive hot end, right? Or tool head, which isn't primary, but my initial impression was not that, hey, that's a really cool looking hot end. Okay, 0.568. Now, what's going on here, I think, is we're running into limitations of the extruder itself, pushing filament through. Does that make sense? I think that makes sense to me. 0.575. .563. .552. Yeah. And well, didn't drop off on that though. 0.550. Okay, so we have data now. We have data. We can come down here and we can see the drop off is less at the higher temperatures. We have an outlier there, it looks like. We don't have 240 in the table here. I would have to figure out, I'm not gonna spend time on stream figuring out how to get all of this. We can look at the numbers here and see a story. Even at these higher temperatures, we're not seeing significantly more plastic coming out, which could be the extruder, could be just limited to the hot end. What's going to be most valuable here is doing all this again once we swap out the hot end and see if something is significantly different. We could still be running into limitations on the extruder at that point, so it's not going to be definitive, but we're just having fun, right? Name of the kitties, that is Oscar, which is the orange single brain cell cat, and Felix is the void kitty, house panther. Okay. So there we are. So now let's get into the unbuilding part and the wiggle test. this away. Oh. Boop. Wiggle test and unbuilding. So I think, I mean, just the general idea. Now we have foam feet on the bottom. I don't know if I can kind of feel. Now we're getting flex in the rods, but it is going to be impacted by this piece up here. There's not a whole lot. This is all pretty stiff, but just a general idea. I was looking, I know they make a lot of little Z stiffening printed pieces. I didn't see anything that totally stood out to me. If anybody has any suggestions for something to try, feel free to send it to me in stream chat or the Poke Steve channel on my Discord. Discord link is in the description if you're not a member. Too worried I'm gonna have to re-clean the bed at this point, so. Oh, let me get home and unload the filament. Yeah, I mean, it obviously wiggles. To the performance envelope of this printer, it doesn't seem to make a big, doesn't seem to be a big deal for the amount of wiggle there is. I have a second set of Z-rails on the other end of the X carriage. What a novel idea, John. You should go work for Prusa. That would be, they could probably use your insight there. John, am I going to see you at Open Sauce? That's in July this year, I think. Okay. Most of those, we are unloading the filament. You'll see me at Open Sauce. I might even walk to it. Nice. This is at San Mateo Fairgrounds, right? Okay, let's put this away. We'll use that same filament next time we do that. Then we have to go and let's cool down. San Mateo Event Center. Got it. Okay. I want this to cool down before we turn it off. At least get down to that 60C Hotend range. What do we got? Got an hour and 11 minutes before we're giving away a roll of filament. It's not at Cow Palace this year. Nope. They moved it again. The Cow Palace was not an ideal location. It was, I mean, it was a cool location, but for the size of the event, having it split between two major areas that it was not super obvious both areas, or the second area existed. It just felt too spread out. I like the 45-degree stepper to get to the screws. Yeah, that's up top here too. Okay, where are we at? We are 149C. Let's see, control and temperature, print fan. Let's turn that print fan all the way up. That's pretty good air. Let's see how that, I think the temperature is going down quicker than it was. See that there? You having fun, Oscar? It's like, what? Have they announced Bay Area Maker Fairs dates yet? Okay, getting closer. Cow Palace is a decent venue. They're the Great Charles Dickens Christmas Fair there every year. It's a cool venue. I just didn't like how it was split into two major, I mean, the whole first area looked like it could be the whole event. So I think we had less traffic into the second area because of that. Hey, Benny. Are you here, Killer Prince? It's Benny. Benny. Right? I gotta go, but if you draw my name, pass to the next. Have a good Sunday there, Star Rose. One-day tickets for kids. Oh, where are we at? 64. We are good enough. Let's power this thing off and get to the unbuild. Plug. And how do we want to start? I have no idea. Just start with some of the basics. Get the Bowden tube off. I'm gonna mark this. I'm not gonna redo this. I'm gonna keep this exactly as it is. It doesn't have a lot of time on these, on the PTFE and the ferrules, so we're gonna leave this. I'm just gonna mark this for the end that goes to the extruder, so it goes back the same way. Just gonna mark the end of this. This goes to the extruder, not the hot end. So when I forget why I marked which end, you can remind me. That will just leave it as an assembly there. And we'll get into, let's just start pulling things. Hi, Con. Where? Just come out. Still terrible at names. I was watching your stream earlier, so I figured that was an opportunity. There's an opportunity to help you out. Binny. Binny. Not Biney. Binny. We already went through this on stream with Tic Tac stream with Daniel. What is that? What am I missing there? That was very, very tight there. So what I'm planning on doing is a full unbuild and then sort the screws. Hey, Clown Hammer. Sort the screws, hopefully, and then we'll basically go through the assembly guide. Oh, did I print? Oh yeah, I printed one of those. What is it? Since you're rebuilding this, might I suggest the Mad Monkey MM10 mod? Now, I've heard of those things. I don't have, currently I haven't had a problem with the compression fittings. So I'm gonna leave it for now. That might change as we get into actually looking at the extruder, but I don't want to reprint these parts unless I have a really good reason to. Here, we're gonna have to take a bunch of this stuff out of the electronics. So let's get into there. Did you scale the new PC CF parts at all when reprinting? I did not even a little bit. I don't scale ABS parts until I have problems, and I very, very, very rarely have problems. So my default is not to scale things. I do not scale by default. One of the big problems with just scaling is if you're not really strategic about it, your scaling is different, or should be different for X, Y, Z, for Z mostly. And then you start introducing the potential for things not being the same. Circles aren't circles anymore type stuff. Okay, let's get this up and out of the way and start pulling this in. Hey, John. Why are we building a now orange but soon to be blue printer with pink hex trays? Well, this is Easter. And pixie dust is a really cool color. That's for Easter. Printed parts over there. Easter hex. And it is, I don't know if you can tell. I don't know if you can tell, but where's one that I can, here. Oh, there's one. I don't know if you can tell, but it is smaller. It's Prusa Mini sized. It's Prusa Mini sized. So. If you had a Cocoa Press, you could print an Easter egg. Yep. Yes. Is it treat time? Do you want some treats? Let's do treats real quick. Oscar is being very patient. You want some treats? Yeah? Yeah? I love his paws grabbing. Here. Nope, 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 nope. You can have some. You can have some down here. Yep. Impatient. I was getting you both some. You gotta give me a second. Down to crumbs here. Use these up. There you go. Treats now. No. Get out of him. Got to keep them excited about coming out here, right? You guys have them all over. Look over here. Look over here. Separate you out a little bit. They might have given them too much. Okay, let's see here. Got this coming out of there now. Now we can, and I'm hoping as part of this to maybe, even if I have to shorten some wires or something, clean this mess up in here. There we go. I think it's basically just a matter of pulling. Tweezers. There you go. Okay, so that's the bed. Which means we can cut this off. Avoid the cats. Fire management of that box, my only real complaint about the Mini. Well, that in the stock end, the hot end, yeah. We'll play around with this. I know I spent some time on it when we first put this together, but not enough. Let's see if we can improve it. Okay, are these Torx? They are. That's why they're not coming out. That's why it was skipping. Let me grab a Torx bit. What do we got here? Probably this one. Maybe this one. There we go. And where is the handle? Where is the handle? Is it over here? No, it's back here. It's back. Working on something over here with that, I thought. Where is the iFixit handle? Is it left inside the printer? Uh-oh. I don't know where that is. It should be right here, but it is not. What's this? It's a T10. Grab a T10 off the shelf. There we go. This'll work. You zip ties as far as I got. Yeah. Okay, all of these I don't want to lose. There. And this should, oh, got one more. Oh. Okay. So bed can just set off to the side. Oh, drop all over the place, whatever. Whatever. Oh. Okay. And we have, what do we got going on here? This is the power switch. I'm gonna pull all of this stuff. Come on. Why isn't that coming loose? These Molex SL connectors are nice, but sometimes they don't want to unclip. There we go. Are you keeping the injection molded bits or are you replacing those? I'm keeping the injection molded bits. I think, oops. There we go. See a little more. I am keeping the injection molded bits. No, and then, let's see, I bet you this will work pretty well. Thought it would. Come on. Getting a switch out of here, trying to get the tabs evenly pressed, but that's not working. It's just, I can work around it. I can work around it. Pull it out when we get the whole thing off of there. There we go. Tool head wiring is off. Filament sensor, which I don't think I printed this. I'll have to print the filament sensor here. What is that? There we go. So we cut that piece. And this will come out. Oh, interesting. There's a little bit of, we'll replace this. I don't know if you can tell. A little bit of wear through there. It's more even on this side. So there is somewhere it's rubbing there. Kind of hard to tell. Okay. So Y stepper, Z stepper, and what is this one? The X. There we go. And then, so when we get the controller out of here, USB drive. So just as while I'm just sitting here unbuilding, what would you folks like to see in for the rest of the year as projects? Any particular wants? Custom printer build. I don't know that it'd be anything like full custom, but modified. Properly modified would be the goal. That's not gonna pull out very well. This thing. Here's what we're gonna do. We are gonna make short work of that. Dope. And dope. Ah, index. That would be awesome. There we go. Now this will come out a little easier. Oh, we've got a... No, I think that's okay. I think this will come out there now. There we go. Controller with a little Wi-Fi module in there. Index is a good call. Cascade build for real. The problem with that is it's going to be very, very difficult to rebuild that. So we shall see, but that's a tall order. Trident revision. Reviewing BTE manual draft today, real soon now. Nice. Maybe a 0G update. Yeah, there's some stuff we could do on the 0G. Prusa wire. Index on this Prusa Mini. Hey, Code. Hey, Kilroy. Okay. What is the rest of this? Good. Let's get the tool head stuff off. How many index can you fit in a micron? Shop shed organization and cleanup. Yeah, that has to happen no matter what. Personally, would like to see you build the R2 of Monolith on your Trident or V2. That I will have to look at. Micron update. I do need a Micron update is on the list for sure. The problem, I have not used my Micron because I ran into a cycle of trying different things on it. And then they got into early revision testing, and then and now so it hasn't actually been used. It's been in that whole cycle. So the idea would be to get it to the point, do all the updates so I can use it. CNC stream, you got a Milo? I do. I have a Milo. I like the idea of doing some sort of thing. The problem with a CNC focused stream is noise. It could get very, very loud. Trying to do some level of sorting these screws as I go. VZ235. So VZ235, there is not major changes I want to do to it. But there is planned relatively soon some stuff to work on my VZBot. There are further bigger things like water cooling and stuff I want to do on it. But the initial changes, I want to swap out that 48 volt power supply for a 24 and see how that does. Things like that. What was that? That's a screw. What do we have? We're just going to undo screws. Not if you put it in a casa. I do not have room. That's the problem I have with the Milo right now, is I do not at all have room for a casa. Grant, 3D Musketeers, welcome. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for raiding in. How was your Kickstarter discussion stream? For a CNC stream, you need a Haas mini mill. No. Okay, let's see here. I'm gonna pull all this out. Where does that little spacer here? And the Milo open air in the driveway. Heard good things on that gantry using the old pet CF or PPS CF. Oh, on this? How long you be streaming, trying to plan my day around it. We will, I mean, it depends. We'll probably get to the point where this is disassembled. So it might be about a 3-hour stream again. About 3 hours plus 3 seconds. Okay, how does the rest of this come off? It's been so long since I worked on this. Where is the screws holding this? How does that attach to there? Does this come out? See you, Derek. Thanks for hanging out. I'm not missing any other screws. How does the rest of this come off? There we go. It's just squeezed in there. Then we've got a screw. There we go. Now all of this, and we'll just redo that bundle. Stepper wire out of here. There we go. Now I've got the bundle of Hotend wires. There. Let's see. Go. All right, thanks for being a member for 2 years. And over here. This is quite a little sandwich. This whole X and extruder sandwich is quite a little design feat. Dan's 3D Prints UK. Thanks for being a member. Oh, that's a up here. The tool head and carriage is seriously lacking in forethought. It's always such a pain to work on. I think it's more a matter of constraints that they set on themselves for the whole thing. Okay, that is, just put a mark on this thing just so I don't get confused. I'm gonna, since I used a black marker to mark the Bowden tube side with black, it's just black to black. There we go. Okay, out of Adam, thanks for being a member for 18 months. Got our extruder here. So should be able to get through and the rest of this disassembled. This continues to go fairly quick and get it all apart. I still want to clean a bunch of stuff, but we can start going through the reassembly. Oh, we have the tensioning screw is what's holding us up here. I'm printing the parts for my first Voron as we speak. Awesome. What is your first Voron there, Thor? Yeah, a little smudge and crud in there. Recover our little square nuts. There we go. V2.4R2, awesome. Anything else to recover from that? Nope. Bye-bye. Parts for my first, oh, yep. That point is basically, here, 3D Remy. Welcome. Okay, now we have a bearing here. There we go. And there. What printer would you go for with index? Oh, that's a good question. The things I want to explore further with learning about index are all center around the Bowden or umbilical management. Those are the biggest questions I would have in how the setup is intended to be or could be configured. Bowden management, or umbilical management, I should say, is high on my list of questions. Because if I'm doing something in the tool changer realm, enclosed is really high on my list of desires. And the umbilicals make that a challenge. Isn't V2 has a static front beam to hold the hot ends. Can't see the hot ends move with gantry with all that umbilical. Yeah, I don't know what I'd like to. I need to know more about the system and kind of think on it more before I kind of make any guesses as to what would be the most efficient. Okay. Parts. Okay, and then our extruder motor there. Set off this side. Hey, Griffin. Nick. You out here, John? No, you just made a bad joke. I wouldn't say bad. I would say you made a joke. You made a John joke. Oh, I better not let that Z-stepper just drop. There are some extrusion slots covers here. Those are kind of nice. Okay, now will this come apart? Oh, we've got, is that it? Oh, that's real. John joke equals good. Sometimes, and that's a matter of perspective. Got there, that's screw head clearance. That. Does all this come off now? What am I missing? Oh, do these have to come off? Did I get sandwiched? Killer Prince, thanks for being a member. 35 months. Okay. This out of the way. What were we supposed to do here? Oh. Take all this. We're just keep loosening screws until it's done. Hey, Phil. Morning. Happy. Thanks for being a member for 32 months. It's a good brand, PC CF, and does it also exist in glass fiber? Oh, well, I shouldn't say the only. I've used some of the Amazon brand PC CF. I like the Prusament PC CF, and so far I like the Ambrosia PC CF, but that's kind of the limit of my experience. This is going to just pop loose here. There we go. Should basically come out. Hey, Joe. What do we got here? We are still at a 50% like ratio, but we could definitely improve that. Okay, how does this come apart? I got all these apart. Yeah, that's off. That's off. So what is holding this? What is holding this stepper on here? What is holding that stepper on there? Oh, right there. Through here. Where are you not coming out? Let's pull these out of here. Pull the belts out. There we go. Okay, X stepper off. And belt. Nut. And you can usually get a small screwdriver in here and then get it in behind and get the recover your square nuts. Well, push it through and get in behind it. Push it a little further. Dirty. Hey, Sven. I wonder if the glass fiber is bad at handling, carbon fiber in your skin, all that's the carbon fiber version. Those are good questions that I'm not sure on as far as material safety for the various glass fiber, carbon fiber, and then probably differs between brands. And let's clean the crud off the end so when I pull this through, it doesn't just push it right into the seals, at least there. Probably do some spreading on it there. How does that best figure that out? Figure out how to get these out here in a minute. How many Prusa Minis can you print on the Phoenix? That's a great question. First rod's freed. Try that with a linear rail. Yeah. Build filaments aren't great if you sand them. Not sure I'm just handling them. Yeah, for sure. Bigger concerns when you start sanding them. No. So a standard regular driver here, if you get it in there and then just kind of pull off to the side, as you pull out, you can sometimes get these to, there we go. And those are going to be tough to recover because there's no real way of getting in there to do that. So we will probably mangle the part to get those out, which is fine. I will do that, but not immediately. Yeah, same with this. We've got a thing there. The access hole is there. Can't really get any angle on pushing that out. But these we can get out. Okay, we have some parts to recover from these. So I'm going to set these over here. Let's miss that. Excuse me. They're stainless, and the magnet is they're pretty good friction fit in there. You know. So not gonna be able to get it out with a magnet. Okay. Extruder X-axis stuff is apart. That's interesting. Those won't actually go past the lead screw nut there. So, I think this off. That whole thing should just pull up and out of there. Should come straight up. Maybe not. Some screws here that are there's some screws here that put tension on these rods. Yep. Oh, we got 23 minutes till filament time. Screws here. And I think, yep, that'll pull right out there. Oh. These are 10mm rods here for Z. That. Okay, that. And then this will have to come out of here. Over here. Oh, do we got a Mitch here? Mitch, are you here? Hi, Mitch. There you are. Chew my mini. I'll do some cleaning. Even if it's more intense cleaning off stream, I'll get things cleaned before we get too far. Oop. Fingers. How are things in the Delaware area, Mitch? You know, I was driving over to Bill's place yesterday and driving through some interesting, so you go in California, coming from West Sacramento, you get into a taste of the Bay Area as you're going along I-80, and then you go across Delta Road past Sonoma Raceway. But what I was recognizing as I'm driving is the varied like countryside here in California. But what I thought about when I was doing that is the very coolest place I think I've driven in the US is Delaware. Delaware is like the most different feeling to me. Being from California, driving in Delaware was very different. I was out there a couple of years ago, went over to Printed Solid's shop after 3D Printopia, or it was ERF at the time. But do you use an ultrasonic cleaner out for these parts? I do not. My intent is to carefully clean around the seals and push extra grease through. The problem I've had with using ultrasonic cleaner and stuff with these bearings is it's very, very easy for rust to start before you can get grease back in there. It has 20 days worth of printing on it. So my intent is to clean and repack, not like wipe down and repack, not do a deep cleaning. So there are a few bits to try to get out of there, so I'm gonna put that over there. We are getting close. We are getting very close. Is this the same size as a Mark IV or whatever? Let's see. Is this the same lead screw length? No, it is not. It is shorter. It is shorter. It is a unique part. It'd probably be unique for wire length anyway, but. Is that actually a concern, Rod? Ultrasonic cleaner damaging the bearings? They're not. I guess it makes sense. I have heard that before. I just don't think about it much. Okay, where are we at? Let's get the rest of this Z stuff off. Is that what I want to do? That's an aluminum part. That's that. Apparently I've got a bunch of, why are those there? A bunch of foam. Why is that there? Is that because I didn't have enough? I have no idea. Spider webs and work experience. There you go. Hey, bad at games. Having driven in 47 states, I can say that lots of have huge variety of terrain and features. Yeah. Cookie. I'd like to do something with this too. Maybe even if it's just more care in routing. There's that. This slide through. Will not. There we go. So we're gonna get this screw way down in here. Some of the Northeast so far feels like East Texas without the heat and different crazy people. Still crazy people, they're just different. That guy and this guy should free up the. Yep. Okay, this is the axis. So I'm gonna wipe that down real well and clean it. Okay, there's the screw. And, oh, deep screw. Oh, probably these top ones. Like the Sacramento area, but it feels so remote from the rest of California. Had a job in Lower Lake area that was kind of strange. How long ago were you in Sacramento area, Mitch? Okay, there we go. I've been here in the Sacramento area. Oh, I see. I doubled those up because I either didn't have them or something. I have extras of these now, so I will be not trying to recover those little strips. Okay, more nuts to recover. 2018-19, when I was traveling tech. Nice. Who's Travis? Pyro Design? Are they in this area? Okay, little machined aluminum part. Now we're down to just the base. I'll see you there, Adam. They are strange folk in Sacramento. I agree. I 100% agree. Good logos. Live. He also makes cool fidget spinners. Made the Earth fidget spinner a few years ago. Nice. Always like learning about, and when possible, meeting local makers and community folks. I don't know if anybody watches or has watched Hotend Makes. It's local here, and it was a fun, interesting thing to discover a couple of years ago that he works in the same, or worked the same place I do. Doesn't work there anymore, but that was just a funny little. I'd watched his stuff before and then saw a post somewhere referencing that, and nope, Hotend's here in Sacramento. Got especially excited learning about the Phoenix that I have in relation to droid printing, R2-D2, being able to do an R2-D2 body and drum in a single piece, or body and dome, I meant. There's no parts there. Love the Tic Tac series you did. Thanks, Joe. Daniel and I had a great time with that. Really happy with the printer and the way the whole series turned out. So. Yeah, Pooch is a wacky guy for sure. Hi, Jeff. Happy Easter. You been printing anything recently on the Core 1? Yeah, I've been printing a few things. I've been trying just for fun, the fun print lately has been the E3D Easter torture print. That has been, I have had successful prints, but they are blobby and ugly. They work, so. Droid build to see previous one, patiently waiting on the Phoenix release. Yeah. I would like to do a droid build, and I know that Ethan, I'm sorry, not Steve, would like to do something along those lines at some point. I think that would be a blast. It's just finding time and the right project. Here, let's get, I can get you a link for the print. Let's go here. The easiest way is just go E3D. Oops, oh, hitting the wrong buttons because I'm at an extreme angle for my keyboard. So if we just, oops, I want users and I want E3D official. And here is the torture bunny, torture egg, chick. Not bunny. There you go. I wouldn't be thinking about myself doing an R2 build. Hotend was excited that a printer was in the area that could print that of someone that he knows. But anyway, that's the torture print, the Easter torture print. Send pics in Discord later. Cool. Okay, this should come off of here now. all kinds of cleaning. And we're just going to pull this off of here. We'll end up cleaning those out too. Those are the little chicken walker robots they got now in the park. Another Easter egg torture test for overhangs that looks much worse. This one, I mean, this print. Oh, bye. Dropped all those. Oh, 3 of them. Okay, that's not too bad. Okay, almost done. Honestly, I mean, it is a simple printer, but you see the growing tray of fasteners here. That is not a whole lot of fasteners in this thing. Let's have that. We'll leave those. Why is that? Okay, that's just tight. That's just a tight fit. We will leave those on there. No reason to disturb the foam feet. I am going to take this off because I want to dust this out really well. Okay, what do we got? 8 more minutes until giving away filament time. Is that it? Is it a part? Let's see what we can do about getting these out. First of all, let's see if I can. Let's clean it off a little bit. That's not working. They snap in there. There's a little compliant piece there that lets that one snap in. I wonder, carefully, put this in here and then there we go. Use that as a means of carefully pulling. And it did break. Doesn't push out the ends very well because there is modeled in features to grab the grooves. This one, let's see if we can take a different tactic with this one. Oh, well, that's one way to do it. Brittle pet G. There we go. Throw that away. There we go. Okay, that is that. Okay, 4 more minutes. Let's see where we are looking. Let's start looking at, Prusa3D.com. And actually, never mind, I have a link in the description. I'll go grab it there. Assembly guide. Let's see where we start and see to what detail the assembly guide is. Hopefully it's a from scratch. Okay. So I got the mini. Let's see what the basic comments are. And then you got everything assembled. Now it keeps giving me a red X with the X-axis. Okay, so let's close that, and we are going to go, let's see, begin assembly. Oh no, this is going to be we are going to have to figure this out from scratch, because this is the partially assembled instructions. Let's see. Let's see where we are. Yeah, this is all partially assembled instructions. So we get to figure this out from scratch. The assembly guide is not going to help us. Just looking to see if there's anything else here. Yeah, this is all, it's only 2 chapters. They say that moderate difficulty. Okay, we will assemble it from scratch. There isn't. There's a partially assembled, and then there's a fully assembled. Original Prusa Mini. This is the only option that's here. There's no full kit. Someone has a link, but I don't think there's a full kit version. We say begin assemble. There's no other options here. I might be missing it, so let me know. There is this is what we have. Building your mini. Then begin assembly. Does the same thing. That's a good question. Let's go support, and can we go all products? Let's go mini instead of mini plus. That's a great suggestion. I like it. But I'm not seeing anything different here. This is the same thing. If we begin assembly, original mini assembly 1.0.4. Yeah, it goes right to the same thing. Let's go back to support. See if there's anything even further back. No. No, I don't know that they've ever had a full kit. Does anybody confirm that? I don't see anything though. I think they used to have, let's go assembly manuals. And this whole thing has, I don't know if they're having trouble with the, okay, so if we go all the way back here, the very oldest mini assembly takes us right back to the same thing. There does not appear, but that's okay. We can handle. We can figure it out. We are at giveaway time. I'm right on time. I'm not late. I am right on time. So check stream chat on Discord. Did you find an older version of the manual? We'll use it if we can find it. Oh. See there. Yep, we've got a couple of links here. Link is in the pinned post and the description. Not when I said it's giveaway time, it was 1:00 o'clock. So I'm not late. I mentioned it. That's when it starts. 3 seconds is officially started. Copy link. Let's put this over here. Let's see what this gives us. Oh, there we go. Really? So why couldn't I find that? That's a problem if I couldn't find that. I should have been able to find that from the assembly guides. I got it. This looks good. This looks good. This looks, I mean, this has all the stuff, right? We go next, next, next. Yeah. We're from the very beginning. Okay. I feel like just looking at it, things have changed. I wonder if they're doing some rearranging, and because the assembly guide page used to look like that. Comfy kitty. Yep. Where's the other kitty? Oh yeah. So here, let's go here. If you look up in there, right past the salad fork, that's where Oscar has decided that he wants to go for a little comfort. There's a little yoga pad mat right there. So okay, we have instructions. But we are doing a giveaway. So let's stop getting distracted. Let's bring it back on track. Bring it back on track. Get rid of last week's. Delete that. Where are we at on? I'll update the description with the link for the assembly guide too. What are we doing? We have 329 people here. We have 193 likes. We're almost to 200. There is a Polymaker filament giveaway link in the pin post and the description. You have 3 seconds to enter your name. If you haven't yet, while you're clicking on things, click that like button, click the subscribe button. Yeah, let's see. Waiting for that. There we go. 203. Let's get there. When we haven't had a new entry, we have 100 less entries than people who are watching right now. I don't get it. I don't get it. I want filament. 100 people don't. 3, 2, 1. Everybody has as much filament as they want. There's one. 3. Oh, there's 3. 2. 3. 2. Welcome, Keith. 3. Oops. Too much filament to store is a serious issue. That is so true. That is so true. I just put new racks up so I can fit 60 more rolls of filament because it was starting to pile up on the floor. If I said I absolutely needed it, well, it's always a chance there, Alice. You should enter. We've had a few, so let's start over. 3. The blue light is flickering on and off. It's printing. I embrace my piles. They're my piles. They get old and brittle. Most of what I have is ABS and ASA. It tends to do okay. 3, 2, 3, 2, 1. Just got in. Welcome, Steve. 3, 2, 1, half, quarter, 1/8, 16th. 3, 2, 1. Oh, I gotta turn that off. Done. Okay, someone just got in there. Just got in there. Link it out. Okay, Brian was the first. Who was last? Salty Day, you barely got in there. Hi, Helen. We are good. Okay. Doesn't want to win filament. You all be crazy. I know. Still, we fill up the wheel. We fill up the wheel, right? Let's do a number in honor of Easter between 4 and 20. I can't afford to win another roll. I think technically you're only allowed to win once per month, but I could be making that up. Between 4 and 20. Excuse me. Let's see. That is not between 4 and 20, John. Come on. Magnus Lux, you said 15. Let's do 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I always know when Phil's name comes up in the shuffle because the green snake there. Who do we got? Who needs to be here? Joe Rust. Congratulations, Joe. Are you here? Joe Rust. Are you here? You have 2 minutes to say something. Joe Rust. Let me scroll down and so I can actually see if someone is typing. Joe Rust. Congratulations. Let's see. Joe Rust. Have to be here to win. Keeping an eye on. Ripcord have a ceiling hanging option. That would be useful. Joe Rust. Oh, there you are. There you are. Congrats. Let me copy and paste. If there are 2 Joe Rusts in there, then we'll have to prove because your name doesn't exactly match. We're going to be sticklers, but only to a point. Congrats. Search. Nope, you are good. Joe Rust, congratulations. Let me go in here and paste that there. Then grab your email, paste that there. And am I missing anything? Missing? Nope. You should have an email in a moment. Congrats. Hi, Mike. You went on Twitch the other day too? Nice. Awesome. Okay, that is sent. Let me unpin the message and delete it from the description. And save. There we are. Nope, turn that off. Okay, close that. Let me see here. We have a main page. Nope, not that. Let's copy the link. There's a main page to the instructions that Jotadi sent me. So this is Original Mini Plus support. Kit assembly, Original Mini Plus kit assembly. Why is that not listed otherwise? You watch me browse the site. I would think if I was going to look for an assembly manual, I would go to the assembly manuals link, right? What do you think? You go to the assembly manuals link? See ya, Andres. And this is why I said this is not what you normally see. This is weird. I don't know what is going on with the site. So hopefully someone figures it out. But even searching through the models that are over here, all we got was, I didn't see a mini, see, just mini assembly. There's no mini kit assembly. I could be skipping over it with my just glancing through here, but mini enclosure, mini semi-assembled. Oh, there it is. See? I skipped over it. Mini kit assembly. I can be wrong. That's okay. I don't mind. But come on. Having to search through a list like this, it was way better before. It used to have a much better format for this page not too long ago. Where was that now? Now I got to skim through and read each one and try to find where it was, because there isn't a logical order here. I'll stand behind that it's not ideal. That sure, I could have read a little more, but give me the allowance for being on stream. That doesn't list it as a second option. If you go to help, assembly manuals is right there. You're going to help, assembly manuals. Come on. Anyway. Oops, I want to go here. And let's see what can we do? Are you assembling a mini or a mini plus? This is a mini plus. So this is the most recent version. I don't know that it's significantly different enough to matter. That's a problem, Mitch. The knowledge base isn't straightforward until you figure out the navigation path, then that in itself, from the start, is a problem. If you have to figure it out, that by definition is not intuitive. Anyway, we are good. What are we going to end up doing here? We cycle through these instructions. A mini bear rebuild, nice. Got tools, grease, how to read the instructions. I know we cycled through this before. Okay, I think once we get through this, we end up, wow, okay, so now this is the YZ axis. Guides have more description than some Voron manuals. The guides themselves are great, I get that. For the most part, I haven't had many complaints on the guides. It's the navigation to get them. But y'all, and then you got to consider with the Voron stuff, when kit manufacturers change things beyond the reference design, which is cool, they do some great stuff, that's on them. So, should be on them. So. They changed it to be more mobile, iPad friendly. Okay. So we're gonna have to get all this, but that would require, I guess we can just start by cleaning up. I'm not gonna spend a ton of extra time, but I would like to make some progress on the assembly, so we're not trying to do it all in one go. So you have to, when you're doing something like this, you have to start, in regard to they assume you know what you're doing as a printer assembly person, like how to do heat inserts. There's a certain point where do you begin? When your intended audience is not necessarily someone who has never seen a printer or done any level of printer building. That's really not the intended audience. There's a realistic point where you got to say you're going to have these certain basic skills. Otherwise, you'd have an instruction manual that was unwieldingly long, and the level of effort to hit that level of detail is pretty ridiculous. Step 1, get out of bed. You ever do those exercises? I remember those exercises in school. Kind of the describe a process. And the whole point at the end of this is, but how do you do this basic, what you lift, you need a screwdriver. You don't just insert a screw, you need a screwdriver. You need to rotate it clockwise to thread the screw in. Okay, I am going to do my best at getting these cleaned off. I 100% get where you're coming from there, Mitch. And it's just at a certain point, you gotta, where is that line? We may be closer to step 2 or step 1, draw a circle, step 2, draw another circle, step 3, draw an owl, than some might like, but degrease the bearings in some switch. No, I wasn't planning on degreasing them. For one thing, IPA doesn't actually dissolve this super lube very well. You probably need a proper degreaser, and my experience with that is more often than not, I cannot get these dried and re-lubed before there is a rust forming. So, and you can tell when that happens is when you start getting it greased and moving the kind of working in the grease, it'll have a brown or tan tint to it coming out of there. You'll see the rust on it. Joe Rust. We don't want no Joe Rust in here. You want WD-40 degrees with? Yeah. This, if this had more hours, if there was more time, this is barely a year-old printer. If I'm remembering, I think I got this just last year. Has 20 days of printing on it. 20 days worth of printing. Then I would be more concerned. If it had that much, I'd probably consider just replacing the bearings rather than trying to clean them and re-grease them. I'd probably be looking at replacing them. So I think that's probably, what do we, oh, Those are from the x-axis. Trying to use a clean part of the paper towel here and pushing this to the point where it doesn't get down inside. We're just gathering it on the towel each time, just for this the dust that collects on the seal. All the seals are looking good. Pull all these off, I think. Our goal today is get step one. Get Z axis assembly. We'll see how we go. We might get part way through it. And this is all, everything on the outside here is kind of embedded with the overflow of grease. So there aren't any loose particles that are just flying around. As long as I gather up the stuff, it's not like little bits are falling. It's greasy blobs. My Mini is 4 years old this month. It's got a lot of hours on it. Not really had any issues other than PTFE wire and fan replacements. But for what I use it for, it's been working really well. I have no desire to make it more than that. But I did get the hankering to try out this PC CF, and since David there, Prusa guy, was rebuilding the ones in his farm with the PC CF stuff, I thought that was a fun thing to do. See you, Martin. Okay, so those are clean. Then we're going to the bed itself. What's this? Just general dusting. Since it's sitting in there, just get all the dust out of it. Okay, all of these are tight. Standoffs for the bed. Okay, we'll leave that. Then one of the little Prusa printed adapters for the greasing these. Just use that. These guys. Okay. This is a fresh tube. That works. Okay. One. Two. Let's wipe off some excess on that one. Three. So since it's collecting on the base here, it's getting all over on the there. Oh. What do we got here? How many do we still have here? Giveaway's done. What's up? 260 people. Okay. That is good. So now we can follow the instructions. So, Prusa lubricant applicator, that's what we just did. Paper towels to wipe oil and grease away. Did that applicator come with the Prusa, or is it something you printed yourself? It came came with. I imagine it's probably out there to print. But that is just one that I grabbed it. So I've set up a little Acro Mills, these same tray things. That's basically just parts for the Prusas. Since they have all the screws are a little different. They're smooth head on here, little bearings, other things that are specific to the Prusa builds. I have one of those, and one of my drawers has these in them. So it's just, I don't know which printer that this came with, but I think they generally come with all of them. And I'm sure that it's out there to, oh yeah, here's the actual package of stuff that came with the Mini here. It's the same thing. So yeah, that's all it is. Yeah, it's on printables, good. So we just did this, just greased it. And that, and that. Waited until it just squeezed out the end. Core 1 kit don't come with that? What? Core 1 kit didn't come with... Did it come with the grease? I'm surprised. Yeah, and I just wiped off the excess that squeezed out on the other side. And then we're going to orient them in this direction. Correct, when placing, and that is, and then we do, not that way. All of them go that way, okay. So, put all these on here. They're coming pre-greased now. That goes there, we center that. Goes there. And we'll just make sure it stayed right there. It came with grease, but bearings are greased. Are pre-greased, okay. I'd be curious I'd be curious to see their internal process for doing that. They must have a jig or something, a tool that they have made to make that happen. I'm just making sure this is centered on the... Having been there and seeing the tools, all the custom stuff that they do for various solutions for processing parts and assemblies, that'd be an interesting thing to see. I doubt it may be partially a partially manual process, but I would be pretty sure there's some something about it. I don't think they just have someone sitting there with a bin of these greasing bearings. It's an army of Joes. Okay. Make sure that's aligned. That's possible. That's definitely possible. They may get them pre-greased, but I wouldn't be surprised if they've done something. If Prusa can do something themselves, they tend to go that way. It's just elbow grease. I don't know. My elbows are too dry to have any grease. Okay, all of those are oriented as they say. This is the first bit redone. Okay, next, we did all that. This is already done. I didn't undo that. There's no reason to. And then we need the heat bed. We need the belt piece. There is that. And this one is the Y belt. I'm going to reuse the belts. They don't have enough time on them to redo them. I think there's a reason to redo them. So we need that and and 3x12 screws. That's done. That guy goes on there. Okay. This goes this way, and this goes on here like that. 3x12s. Got these. Yeah. Make sure they're not 10s. Is this the Prusa that doesn't use M3x10s? I don't think this Prusa uses any M3x10s. Looks like they're all 12s. What in the world? Didn't know that was legal. Planning on building an LDO box turtle, but still debating on your opinion how reliable it is. It is unlikely for me to be able to get enough time on it by the time you're wanting to build it to be able to give you any idea on reliability. What I can say is the reliability of it is going to have, besides the design, there is going to be a large factor in, like with everything, the care you take in assembly and the quality of parts you use. So LDO is responsible for the quality of parts you're using, but the care in assembly and the way that you use it is going to have a bigger factor than anything. Okay. There's the Y belt holder. Is correct. What are they saying we do? Oh, okay, now this I want to clean off these as well as I can. There's lots of dust. Hopefully that isn't loud. Yeah, it's not too bad. I mean, where dust can fall, I can generally get to with the towel, so. Okay, start with this one. Tell you firsthand, prep is key. Make sure you bevel those Bowden tubes nicely. All that stuff. Might be pollen. We seem to be getting lots of yellow dust right now. Well, I mean, this is a year of pollen and dust and whatever. Okay, so 2 shorter ones and M5x20s. There, a couple of M5x20s in both sides. We've got these guys, so that's one thing I wanted to really clean out. Ow. Scrape my knuckle. Okay, if this is this way, those seem to all be correct. So it doesn't really matter which direction this goes. Actually, yeah, okay. Just go up inside of there. How that goes. How goes the battle? Hey, Bob. We are doing some assembly. I might try to get through this step 2 of the assembly manual. And we'll pick it up next week. The unbuild was finished a bit ago. Now it's getting things cleaned up and back together. Tighten these all the way yet. Okay, that's that. Obscure, does it say anything about not tightening them? Erase that. And then we need to get the Y tensioner. Got it. Both quite clean. Don't see any dirt or dust. Wipe them off a bit. A couple of square nuts. It looks like those are going to fall right out, so we're going to have a lot of fun because one of them points straight up, one of them points straight down. So we'll save those. We need M3 by 20s, which must be these. I have my, here. Yep, M3 by 20. Okay, those two. Take the mini Y-belt idler, insert the nut from one side, turn it, insert the nut. Always make sure that all nuts are inserted all the way down. Okay. Is there a way that that goes? No. Okay. Lock nut. Let's see how that's going. There we go. That's a nice fit. I don't know if it matters which way that goes. That's always something I've found odd about the Prusa. The idlers that they've chosen is that the one side is recessed differently than the other. I've always found that odd. Spins well. And we're gonna put that on there. May have been a more common part to buy in bulk at a discount. Could be. It would be interesting to know if there was a design decision on that. Which way is up? Must be that way. Okay, you're not all the way in there. You are all the way in there. Why are you not threading in then? Oh, there it goes. I'm assembling this, putting the nuts in as I put these in because they're just sliding right out. Are there any M4 by 20s for today? There are no M4s that I know of in this build. I will say it's almost hour 4. And I'll leave it at that. Okay, so that should go like that. Press the bearing in, it stops in the same place consistently. Yeah. Oh, that's an interesting point. That is an interesting point. That is a good point. So looking, I've never looked at one this closely. I don't know why, but that is a single bearing in there. And that's probably why. That whole side, that is the outer race of the bearing. If we compare this to, let's say even, that's probably not the greatest. Sure, tooth idler, whatever. If we look at, say, this pouch, that is 2 bearings. That is an M5, but that's 2 bearings. The balls in this bearing are smaller probably than the ones in that one, likely. But that is an M3, so that allows for it. I don't think I have anything 22 that are M3 in here. Oh, maybe this. Here's a equivalent. Here's an equivalent. That is a much smaller bearing in there than what is being used here. So, and there are 2 of them. There are 2 separate bearings in here. That's one just larger bearing, I think. I don't know what the internal construction of this is. It may have two bearing races, but it is. That's why. It's the way it's constructed. Okay. There are 2 sizes of the smooth rod. Are all of the smooth rods that are 8mm the same length? Yes, that's good. I have no clue which ones are which, so they're gonna get just used as I grab them. And some of these. The latest kit contains M3 and E. The interior is slightly different as a sheet of, oh, so the latest ones have a mechanism for holding them in place. So we have to wipe these off really well. Gently insert the rod straight into the bearings. If you can't slide the rod smoothly, bearings may leave excess grease, that's fine. So in this orientation, that goes that way. So this. Go. Let's get a couple of towels. Towel on deck. This feels good. Okay, then this is going to go, this sits like that. A single bearing goes to that side. Oh, and then we're looking at this side. We have these M3 3030 nuts. One on top and two on the side. This is going to speed up this reassembly by quite a bit because I guarantee I'd forget something of that at some point. And we got the back piece. This goes on. Slipper. Flat part, this is all done. I'm not redoing this. That's on, that's fine. Put it in there with some M3x12s. Which one was the Y? Oh, yep. This is the Y. Dust it off. We're going straight down. Yep. It always looks like so much fun, but I can't justify buying one just to play around with it. Yeah, I get that. I'll just end up putting that on there next. Yep, get that all in there. And the screws. And we'll tuck that out of the way. Okay. There we go. Shorter ones there. They're all the 20s. Oh, something I want to do before we get too far is I am going to put, maybe we can do that after. No, I want to do it now for a couple of these. I'm going to do it now because it's going to be easier now. Let's pull this off. Oops. Have I built a Doom Cube? I have not. I bought from Printed Solid quite a while ago. I bought the extrusions for a 250, thinking at some point I'd probably do my green V2, but I haven't done anything with them. So I have them, I just haven't done it. It's on the project list. It's on the project list. Let me find what I'm looking for here. Aha. Nope, not in there. Must be over here. Yes. I want to put slot covers in these. I'm hoping these fit. So this is Masumi 3030 slot cover. And I want to fill up all of these gaps. And I think the inside ones are going to be easier to do right now rather than later. So let's see here. It's going to have to go there to there. Let me mark this for cutting. I'm going to try. I don't know if it's going to be the right length, but I can sacrifice one to see if it will work. Okay, so this is the 3030 slot cover. It's just like the 2020 stuff I use, but let's see how. Don't want to put too much pressure on this stuff. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that snaps. That snaps in nicely. See? No, I'm not going to have to clean out that extrusion slot ever again. Nice and flush with the end. Let's do that one more time. I don't think there's anything I need to ever bolt into that side. And for these especially, it would be I think it would be very difficult to get to these post assembly. So I wanted to get these particularly done right now. If you mark these for the length, and if you get that really close, it's not a bad idea to put a little bit of a chamfer. Then you can be assured that it's not going to stick out and interfere. So, and all I'm doing is just kind of holding this here and just use my X-Acto knife and trim a little bit kind of towards the inside. It'll still have full coverage of the slot, but you can make sure you don't have something sticking out to get in the way. Do this. Oh, it's too tight to do that. Here though, there we go. Very nice. Now we can put the cover on, because everything else will be easier to do later. This goes on here. Oh, okay. Correction. I need to account for these spots here. I need to cut it shorter by that amount. So what is that? That needs to be cut shorter by about 12 millimeters. So if we just go in there and just kind of pry this out. See you, Neil. Okay, so this one needs to come back. This one needs to come back 12 millimeters. Let's do it This doesn't have to be perfect. A tiny little gap isn't going to hurt anything. Go. This one will need to be the same. I did not get them exactly the same before. Anyway, that should work. And then the other thing that works pretty good for cutting these is these. These work pretty darn good. Look at that. Just a little bit of clearance. That one cut already just fine. Okay, now we'll try this again. Ooh. Push that all the way in and there. This side. I wonder if these covers fit the earlier extrusion Prusa used. The printer covers don't quite fit my early Mark III's, but the Mark III's, or Mark III, but the Mark III's just fine. I have some very first pre-order MK3 extrusions still. I can try it. I don't have them handy right here though. Okay, now let's see if I did enough. That goes there. That, come on. You. There we go. Yep. There we go. We got about a millimeter gap, which is fine. Is that a printed end plate or injection? It's injection molded. I was not going to replace the injection molded stuff. Hey, Alan. Yes, a mini got relatively rapidly disassembled. See you, Deanna. Make sure this, I don't have to try to shift it, but I think these injection molded parts kind of hold in place pretty well. Now we can tighten these up. Only reason it replaces the front one to MMU the lettering. You know, it is a recess there. So it wouldn't be much to print an insert that just goes right into there. You could probably make that pretty flush. That is nice and smooth. Get the excess grease now that I've worked it in a bit. Anybody else obsessive about wiping away the grease on your Mark III or 4 or Mini? Dropped something on it at one point. There we go. Needs an electromagnetic rail for the bed. Levitating bed. Okay. So while I'm here, we can do this. That goes there to there. Hey, Rivas. We usually go, I mean, typical is 4 or 5 hours. Okay. Hey, Mark. Oh boy, how in the, oh, that, okay, I'll save that for another piece. We'll have other pieces we're gonna need, but it tucks back into the, it tucks into the, on both sides. So I need to allow for that extra, it tucks into the injection molded part. Let's see. Yeah, okay. So let's get that in and tuck it all the way back and cut it. We don't have to cut it all the way forward. There's a little leeway. We'll cut it right there instead. These strips I got from Misumi directly. These were purchased for Phoenix. Okay, so this is longer than here. These fortunately do allow you to kind of bend them into place and then snap in from there. So just work it through. Now you've got another surface that is never going to collect dust and print scraps. Doom, thanks for the gift of memberships. Do they make them for $15.15? Not that I know of. I could be wrong. I have not made an extensive search. The Misumi ones here tend to be, I think they're available in gray and black, and I have both. Extrusion covers are printable. Yep. They're not as nice as these. Just the printed ones are going to be more easy to crack and break, but they are definitely doable. This is 3030. For 2020, I prefer the OpenBuild stuff. And I prefer it enough that long after I started using them, I did create an OpenBuilds affiliate account. So there is a link in the description if you scroll down directly to those on OpenBuilds. They are super nice. Okay, I can't put the one on this side yet until I know exactly where our this nut needs to go. LED strips would be better. Not if crud gets in them. We need some clear ones of these so you can put LED strips behind them, and these are the diffuser. So there's a product for someone. Diffuser slot covers with matching LED strips that go behind them. Or someone's going to do that with clear printed ones, and it's going to look awesome. Okay, well, while I'm here, this one I think will go right here because that doesn't get to tuck in. Oh yeah, that goes right in. See, I cut it for here. Actually cut it for right here. There we go. Diffuse it with a long smear of hot glue, then you can't get it apart later. Okay, there we go. Okay, moving on. I think we're gonna get the belt in there. We got the feet on, I already did that. And then the belt. This is 496 millimeters. Let's see how this is. The X belt. One of them is shorter. Which one is shorter? One of them is shorter. Do I have? Here we go. 496 millimeters. Okay, so X must be longer because this one's 560 millimeters. This. Yep, okay. Shorter one is the Y. Shorter one is the Y. These magnets hold up my trousers. Of course you do, John. Okay, this guy. Let's see what we got here. That goes there. I'm just seeing if I can put it back in the same way it came out, or if it can be distinguished. Yes, it can. Okay, so that has to go that way. Derek, thanks for gifted memberships. Do I have any gifted memberships left this month? I do not. Okay, I was going to give them away if I had them. Go to Elegant Neptune 3 and keep buying new parts. Got things while I go. Pelt all the things, all the parts of a going through a build. Push this all the way in. Kind of annoying. Not a lot of room to really make sure that the belt is in there all the way. There we go. Then around this. Around here. Around the stepper. And this needs to be loosened up because I tightened this. Looser so we get all the teeth in here. There. Kind of fiddly. There we go. And on there. Push this all the way into the slot there. There we go. Okay, belt is on. It does not rub on the flanges of the stepper pulley. It shouldn't because I didn't change that. Then we can tighten this a bit. It's way too tight. We'll leave it right there for now. We'll tune that later. Looking good. Apologies for missing anything interesting from the pre-teardown extrusion test. No, I don't know that anything unexpected. So we did 200 degrees, 220, 230, and 240. All of them have a significant drop off right here at about the, well, 200 and 220. At 230, it extends the drop off. I don't have 240. I didn't go through and change the graphs here. We have an outlier. But for the most part, they drop off here at the after 10 cubic millimeters per second. The 230 hangs on a little longer, and then I have to graph but there wasn't a lot of difference up to 240. So if you look at this, 240 to 230 is very close. So I'm thinking maybe extruder or just plain hitting the limit on this hot end. Temperature not making a difference. So we'll see how that compares now to the new hot end. Okay, there, pushing that through. Yep, I did that with a little screwdriver. Made sure that that was even. And that is fine. Not gonna do that right now. I don't have any Haribo. I should have bought some Haribo. But they include a lot of Haribo for a Mini. They include more Haribo for a Mini than they do for a Mark IV's upgrade. Or is it the 4S that had the itty bitty tiny baggie? Oh, my back. Okay, we're on to what is this? Version A, the newest version. Assembly is the same as the old version. The old version assembling is the same as the new version. They're the same, but let's point out the differences. I don't know. What is the point of this slide? I don't actually see the difference. The one's gray, one's black. Yeah. Mark 3S to Mark 4S wasn't a small bag. I don't remember what it was, but I think it's the 4S, Mark 4 to 4S was the itty bitty, like small. They don't include PC CF parts on the Mini here. One of them can only tell the truth. One of them can only tell a lie. Okay, but I have the part right here. This is a chunk. This is a chunk of PC CF. Look how freaking wonderful. So this turned out really good, but I've had a weird thing. I don't know if you've seen this, Bob, or anyone else has seen this, but the sliced file was fine, but you see where it just kind of decided to skip part of the first layer? That didn't come loose. It just decided not to print right there. And I don't know why. I've had that happen a couple of times, and I don't know what happens. Yeah, very strange. I mean, it was on the bottom, so I didn't care. I'm not gonna reprint it for that. But I've had that happen on a couple of prints. I don't remember offhand what the other print was, but. Okay, this is gonna end up coming up through here, so we can just do that, I think. Is on USB or Prusa Connect? Well, when you do Prusa Connect, it copies it to the local USB and then prints from there. So it could be a clog that worked itself out. It didn't, no evidence on any other bit of the print. So I don't know. Okay, we have, I guess I'll leave this out because I'm gonna have to put a bunch of nuts in here. They might have to be done. Okay, so that one's gonna have to go in ahead of time. That's gonna get blocked by the extrusion, but the rest of them should be okay. So that. Bunch of those to go in. Yeah. Yep. Should get, I have some extra of the feet. Thought I did. Oh, there they are. Just need the one. There they are. Do not print Dutch shoes or you will get clogs. Mine didn't. Yeah, it on other parts that I've had that happen, it hasn't been often, but on other parts where I've had that happen, subsequent prints were just fine. Okay. Oh, we can put the, we'll see if the hex nuts, yeah, they press in. So I'll get those in. Let's get hex nuts in. Just pulling them in from the other side with a screw. It'll be easier doing this with a little more control. Yeah. Okay, those in. Afraid if I try to put these square nuts in here, they're just gonna fall right out. Maybe these will be tighter. Yeah, these are tighter, so I'll put those in. I'm going to have to, I'm going to recover a bunch of screws or nuts from those other printed parts, but I'm not going to do that on stream. One of the benefits of going through so many upgrade kits and whatever is you end up with a lot of spare parts. So that's my little Prusa nuts drawer. We'll just dive into here for this stuff. I've sorted out all of the little spare parts bags, trying to reduce the number of different little boxes I have around. So the best way to do that is to sort them into my bins. Well, Jake, howdy. How are you doing? Since these are staying in there a little better than the Y did. Get these all in here. How are things going in Millennium Machine Works land? Is all of that. Nope, I got 2 in there. And one more. There. Less messy desk that way. Less messy work surface that way. Oh, that one's just falling in. I'll put that one in later. Okay. Moving slow and steady as usual at a point where we have loads of projects running at the same time with very little money to work on them. Yeah. Exciting stuff that I saw at Smurf though. Be interesting to see them when they're finished and out. Okay, we ready to put that thing in there? Okay. Well, let's put the board in. Where did I put that? Yes. It is there we go. Lock into place, line up. How far away are you from Hart K is going to be getting one of the LDO test kits for V2? Quite far, a couple of states away. He is up in Washington, probably a many hours drive here. Let's keep this loose until things lock into place. One more. There we go. Okay, next. Yep, those are all in. Cable to go in. Figure out how we want to. Is there any better way? Does anybody know of any better way to route or manage this ribbon cable? Which side was where? This must be this side. Okay. This is going to go up in here, I think. Plug in. Let's see. That goes in there. Yep, into there. And then we're just gonna wrap it around. Yeah, whatever. We're fine. Okay. We have still going. Yep, for a little bit. I kind of wanted to get through most of this step at least. Okay, so let's wipe this thing off and get that installed. Dust and bits off, and then this guy. So I'm going to take this sticker off, but I'm going to leave the serial number one. So I'm just going to heat this up and take that one off. And a little bit of residue. Wipe that off with some alcohol. Since I'm at it, I'm just gonna wipe all of this down. Okay. Okay. So we're going to take this guy and this guy, put that on there like that. And those are in 5x20s as well. Those are the last of the in 5x20s. Okay, so for the level of, I'm going to set this down. For this is going to be enough. Just making sure that that's square. Did that? Yeah, that said to put both of them in. Okay. Oh, I need to hang it off the end because the screw head is bigger. That's what's going on. I need to hang this off the end because the screw head is bigger than that space. Otherwise it's rocking on the screw head. They don't say to put thread lock. Thread lock would be appropriate here. In the back of my mind, I have the thought of once this is done, looking at a potential, any potential Z reinforcing mods. So I'll leave it off for right now, maybe forever. But I think it's fine. You would not be amiss to put thread lock on that. It is metal and metal and metal. However, in the back of my mind, I'm thinking disassembly in the relatively near future. Maybe even before the build series is over, if I find a mod that I like. So. Yeah, cleaning all this up. Okay. You a little behind there, Doom? Are you caught up on the stream? Because the only reason I ask is we were talking about excessively wiping off the excess grease. And I'm thinking you might be at that point in the stream. Okay, there's a screw head on the underside of Z, which must be properly seated in the round groove on that. Okay, so that ends up locking, wedging in right there. Okay, that makes sense. Next, and then that's going to do that. That's little screw head goes in there is why. And then in 3x12s. There's a lip there. This goes in here. Went to check my slot covers and then noticed the lube. Oh, yeah. Okay, and 3x12s going into these spots. That in 3x12s? Two M3. Oh, these are in 3x20s. Thought so, because that doesn't reach. There. 20 goes in there. It's nice and tight. This is the one that we nut wouldn't stay. So this in here with some tweezers and an M3 by 20. There we go. 2. See you, John. Have a happy Sunday. Okay. M3 by 40. Screw through the entire part so the tip of the screw is visible. That's this guy here. This guy here. All the way through there. Okay. And then so that one goes about approximately in the middle of the extrusion length. So protruding, not an extrusion, join both parts together. Okay. This can stay down there. This can get up there. Catch it. There we are. Okay, not tight, but placed. Next. Oh, and then the second one goes in there. What's that? An M3 by 20. Right? Yep, there it is. Then, where does it go? Oh, and then the top one. That's an M3 by 12. Okay. So now, where does this go to? In this step, you'll move the entire Z-axis, avoid pushing against the aluminum extrusion. Rotate the back of the printer towards you and push the Y carriage all the way to the front. Hold the Y. There's a notch which indicates the... Where does that go? Loosen this. And loosen these. Make sure that's loose. That is loose. Where do these go? Is that right there? Must be. Just a little tight. Actually, I don't want that to be. That. That. What's that? Nothing. Okay. I think that's correct. Looks correct to me. Hits against that notch right there. Yep, there it is. First, 12 on top. Yeah, and I left them all loose until, and that, I think that was the first one I tightened. Let's make sure. Now tight. And now we're going to guide the Y motor cable through the hole. Turn this on its side. Guide this guy. So these are going in here. Darn it. I think of. Let's do. This goes up into here. Come on. Where do you go? Let's see if we can get it better. Oh boy. How is that supposed to fit in there? That's supposed to go in there, but the head of that connector doesn't actually allow it to sneak in there. There's a locking tab on there that's keeping it from pushing all the way in. Oh, there it goes. It just barely fits. Okay. So what I want to play with here is what can I do about this? I think we had put some of this back underneath in the extrusion to kind of take up some extra wire. Looking at what I can do, taking advantage of my little slot covers. Same thing here. This has to go, this goes through here, and then probably something. I wonder if we can twist this. Get that in there. See how that goes? That's actually kind of nice. Look how smooth that goes through. That's kind of a neat little, that just kind of happened that way. That fits right in there really well. Let's see what this looks like with the display up here. That actually worked out really, really clean. If I tuck that like that, I didn't plan that coil, it just kind of happened. Yeah, that's why I was saying I need to get the display over here to see if it did shorten it too much. We might be able to stretch it still a little bit. We've got a bit of room. Let's get the display going. When do we do the display? It doesn't matter, let's do it. Let's do it now, because that's what we need to know now. Wipe off the display. I think Bob might be correct in that I'm going to be running into, I might have used too much cable length, but let's find out. Let's do things like put the display piece together. I'm pretty sure is what the rest of my M3x8s are for. Oh, April's home. Make a longer cable for it if you need to stretch it. Yeah. We can just form it into a U. My idea is I'm going to put some of that cable slot, this stuff, snap it over to at least hold it in for most of the way as well. That's what I have in my mind for ultimate plan on that. And one more. All right. Do you plan to sleeve the cables? No. Not beyond what gets sleeved normally. How does the Ambrosia PC CF compare to Prusament? I've printed them on different printers. Print quality and appearance wise, they look really good. The Ambrosia PC CF, it seems like though it needs higher temperatures in general to print well. Mostly in like chamber temperatures. For the larger parts, I was getting the best success at 70-ish chamber temperature, where the Prusament stuff prints fine in a on a Mark IV in the enclosure and prints perfectly fine and great on the Core 1. Okay, so if that just goes, where's that now? Oh, how does that go? How does that go? It's got a big old hex there that does not match. Does not match right there. Is there another part that goes in between there? Let's see. Do we have, where does that get done? Let's go here and LCD assembly. Here real quick. Three by 20. Go, oh, it is correct. That's the shape of it. And then that just goes on and that's it. Okay. So if this just basically 3 by 20, let's just put this in here and just get it just to hold it in place. Yeah, I do lose too much. I do lose too much. Okay, well, that was interesting to see. So instead, we are going to go basically, that goes like that. I think I can work my way through, and then this is still, how was that even long enough before? Because I feel like this should be able to go. Is there a limit on what the display can do as far as rotating without pulling on the thing? Let's take this through. Let's just go ahead and install this, I guess. There's no limit. It can keep going forward. I don't remember how it was. Okay. Looks good though, doesn't it? My concern here is if you moved it too far forward, you're just immediately pulling on this cable. I guess it just goes that much, huh? something like that, and that's it. And that gives that enough room to move. Just go do something like that. That's fine, I suppose. Suppose that's fine. Let's see if we can still utilize some of this. This short little section here, I'll just make sure that everything stays locked in. Now we want to pull on this too hard. Can I do it that way? There we go. Then this will go over that just fine. We gotta get it up in here first. There we go. And that can just move down there. And then that can sit like that. And that's pretty decent. You work in the wrong order for the assembly? No, but this is more, I've skipped ahead to see if I had enough length here. So now I've got this managed and out of the way. See? Now I can go back to where I was. And here we are. So see, we've got all these cables here that were flopping around. So now I've just got a display that's flopping around. It's okay. Okay, y-axis gets plugged in. So now if we do this step by step, looking at what is the best way to, that guy plugs in. So we're basically going down and around. It's up to the end, a little label, marker label. This will end up plugging in right there. So this gets tucked in. So this gets tucked into the little gap there in the electronics part. Push that down there. Push it way back as far as we can. That goes in the second one. There. And then that stays. Not adding any bulk there yet, so that's the idea. Every time I watch this, I have to convince myself I don't need a second printer. You always need a second printer. I don't know if it's a mini, but second printer is always useful. Can you use rubbing alcohol in PC panels? I think so. I think you're fine with that. Okay, Z-tops. Hey, Maker Viking, welcome. Next. Oh, and I'm gonna clean that a little more. N+1, yep. N+1 is always the correct. I'm gonna do this and then put a bit of alcohol on there. Just kind See how dirty? Trying to talk myself out of a 4th printer. I don't even try talking myself out of a 32nd printer. There's always room for N+1. That ought to be nice and clean. Okay, next. Times at 2:58, it's almost 3. It's 5 hours. Let's get, well, design enclosure. My lacking closure is lacking. What is the official stance? Do you know, anybody know what the stance is on, I guess I could see when we get to that part of the instructions. But with the Delrin bushings and metal lead screw, do we grease it? Okay, got this part that needs a couple of square nuts. How are those? Oh, those are fitting pretty good, so I'm going to put them in. Those fit well. Literally sits on the floor right now. I may have reached the point of enough printers for now. Can't hurt to grease it. No grease necessary. The problem with grease is it's just messy. And that's a spot where you touch and you get greasy. So I was wondering what the official stance is. That's the Z-axis. Yeah, it doesn't say anything here about greasing that. Because what I did grease it, that's why I'm cleaning it out. But I want to see how this is. So I got this guy. Let's see how much. I thought I had grease. I thought this was a whole, I'm not seeing a bunch of grease. Just working on it here. Grease was John. John's gone, but somebody's got to take John's place, and Bob is stepping forward. Just running my thumbnail with the paper towel through here and see what we end up with. Not a whole lot, really. A little bit. And there are 4. Technically, you got to do that, what is it, 2 or 4 times? What is this? This is a 2 start. So this is a 4mm lead on this. Is that the same as the, I thought the Mark IV and stuff was 8mm lead. This looks pretty darn good. I'm not seeing any other bits and pieces, so we're going to keep going. Hey, Slick Zero. Streams are always fun anytime. It's 12 p.m. there, or 12 p.m. or 12, it's 12 a.m. there. Right? MKs are all 4-star. That's what I thought. This appears to be a 2-start, unless I'm counting wrong. Okay, this guy is going to go on here. And goes on with the lead in that direction. Right like that. So we're in 3x12s. Is the... Okay. So that, then this guy's got to go on there. I can grease this afterwards. I'm not going to grease it as I'm working on it. Two-thirds of the way. And then our 10mm rods. Okay, so I think that is where we are going to call it, because we are at 5 hours. We are at 5 hours, and I need to, before I do the next step, I need to wipe off and grease the 10mm rods. And judging from looking through my little bin, I don't know immediately where the 10mm little grease fitting is. So we will save that for next stream. But we are on our way. So hopefully next stream we will finish assembling this. And it's possible this might be a 2-stream series, but I might be being optimistic there. That worked out pretty well. I could have gone a little longer on that. That's straight up. That's as far as that should go. That'll generally stay about there. Yeah, I hope everyone is having a nice Easter holiday. I agree. Put this guy on here. There we go. Does anybody have a favorite of the knobs? Of the display knobs that fit on here? If you do, then post a link to it in the comments to this when it's done. Also, if you have a favorite Z support, do the same. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. I may, to do the wobble comparison, I may leave everything pretty much no mods as far as structural, but one of those would be neat. This one works pretty well though. It's nice to be able to grab single finger. And Ella, I see your link there. I already have them pre-printed, the ones that came with the printers, came with the Mark IVs. I just need to find one. That way I don't have to print it again. Anyway, hope that was fun. We will be back at this on next Sunday. Saturday will be a Charlie's Angels stream. We'll be working on the Reaper. Maybe finishing it off. I hope so, because that's been a long time. Oh, you're right there, Sling Zero. Never understand the AM or PM thing. Yeah, with that, thank you everybody. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate the gifted memberships and the super chats. Thanks to Swiss 3DC. We will be getting two. If nobody saw, this is the Hotend that is going to go on this build. And this is the whole reason we were doing flow tests, is we're going to see how this flows compared to the one that came on it. So take care. Have a good rest of your holiday for celebrating Easter. Good rest of your weekend. And we'll see you on Saturday, hopefully. Bye. And enjoy the build. Bye.